with chesed, right? So you have a connection between remembering, love, and loving kindness. We see this in another quote in the same section of the Zichronot, this one from the book of Psalms. This is the second text on this sheet, and that is again from the book of Psalms, Psalms 106, where it says, "Vayiskor lahem brito vayinachem kirov chasado." God remembered God's covenant and with great love relented. In a simplified way of thinking about this, ahava, love, is an emotional orientation. Chesed, loving kindness, relates to action. Chesed forges and builds human connection, and ahava, love, is the impetus for that human connection. This is so beautifully captured in the next image from the Zichronot section, probably my favorite portion of the High Holiday Liturgy. This comes from Jeremiah. It captures this love with a remarkable imagery by describing Israel as God's bride. Haloch v'karata ve'oznei Yerushalayim lemor, ko amar Adonai, zacharti lach chesed ni'urayach, ahavat klulotayach, lechtech acharei b'midbar, be'eretz lo zru'ah. Go proclaim to Jerusalem, thus said the Lord, I accounted to your favor the devotion of the loving kindness of your youth, chesed, your love, ahava, as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness in a land not sown. Here I included the English here of the Rashi on this section, Rashi from the 11th century, where Rashi says, what does it mean to remember, right? Would you return to me, God is saying to the Bnei Israel, I would desire to have mercy on you, for I remember the loving kindness of your youth and the love of the nuptials of your wedding canopy when I brought you into the wedding canopy. And this, klulotayach, is an expression of bringing close someone that you love. And what does your nuptials mean? What is it? What is this loving kindness of your youth? What is it that God is remembering? God is remembering the loyalty of Bnei Israel, following Moses and Aaron from an inhabitant land, right? Leaving Egypt with Moses and Aaron, not knowing what lay before them, without any provisions, since you Bnei Israel believed in me, God, right? Again, you see here the selective retelling of the story, right? What is it in this section? What is it that Jeremiah wants God to remember? Bnei Israel's loyalty. We know that the Torah is filled with all of the complaining that Bnei Israel did as soon as they got in the desert. How they said, oh, why did you take us out of here? We don't have food. We would have been better off in Egypt. That is not what we want God to remember right now. And so we are very clearly focused on the intimacy. And here, by using the marital imagery, it is really reinforcing this sense of the loving relationship that Bnei Israel are in with God. And marriage then becomes a very compelling metaphor for the love between God and humanity. We know, of course, that marriage is not about blind love or blind faith. It's about informed, trusting love. It is about cherishing the strengths of those we love, forgiving their flaws, being patient with them. And it's about a relationship in which we demonstrate our love through acts of chesed, both large and small. That is what sustains and grows a loving, intimate relationship in marriage. So the kind of the next step beyond this is the connection between remembering love and chesed that extends then to compassion. So let's look at the fourth text. You see we're running through these quickly, and then we'll have time for questions and to focus on this a little more when we get to the end of the text from the Zichronot section. So this next one, again, in this same section, also from Jeremiah, again, is talking again about remembering, but it is making yet another connection. Haven yakir li Ephraim im yeled sha'ashuim ki midei dabri bo zachor eskirenu od al kain hamu me'ai lo rachem arachamenu neum Adonai. Is not Ephraim my dear son, my precious child, whom I remember fondly, even when I speak against him? So my heart reaches out to him, and I always feel compassion for him, declares Adonai. Okay, it adds that element of compassion, rachmanut, rachem arachmenu. And interestingly, these same themes we see in the Haftarah of the second day of Rosh Hashanah, which is also from Jeremiah, which includes the following quote, the next quote that you have on number 5. Merachok Adonai nir'ali v'ahavat olam ahavtich al kain mishachtich chesed. The Lord revealed God's self to me of old, eternal love I conceived for you then. Therefore, I continue my grace to you. In other words, God's eternal love, ahavat olam, lays the foundation for God's acts of chesed, the acts of loving kindness towards humanity. So all of this, to me, sounds beautiful. It sounds lovely. Yes, that is exactly what I want God to remember, that God loves us, that God will act kindly towards us, act generously towards us, act mercifully towards us. When we are beginning there, the 10 days of repentance, the Yamim Noraim, when God is judging our actions, and we all know during this period of introspection the ways in which we're falling short, that is exactly what we want God to remember. So I don't know about you, but I've always been puzzled by the fact that the Zichronot then ends with reminding us of the Akedah. This closing section of the Zichronot paragraph is also, as many of you know, it's also cited in the early part of the morning daily liturgy. And in traditional Siddurim, the morning liturgy has the whole Akedah, Genesis 22, in it, and has this paragraph before that then inclusion, so that one can recite the Akedah. So we are asking God in this section to remember us favorably, right? Zochreinu b'zikaron tov lefanecha. So why are we asking God to remember the Akedah? And that's what I would like us to focus on and think about together. To me, it's hardly a moment that reflects the love we want to remind God to show us. So let's look together at this section. And I would love to know your thoughts. I have some as well. Uzechor lanu Adonai Eloheinu et habrit ve'et hachesed ve'et hashvuah asher nishbata l'Avraham Avinu b'Har HaMoriah. For our sake, remember your loving relationship with us, the covenant and the promise you made to Abraham on Mount Moriah. ותראה לפניך עקדה שעקד אברהם אבינו את יצחק בנו על גבי המזבח, וחבש רחמיו לעשות רצונך בלבב שלם. כן יכבשו רחמיך את כעסך מעלינו. Hold before you the image of our ancestor Abraham binding his son Isaac on the altar, when he overcame his compassion in order to obey your command wholeheartedly. Now allow your compassion to overcome your anger at us. So, okay, what's going on here? To me, it seems strange. Strange on several different levels, because first of all, if we remember the beginning of the Akedah story, it says very explicitly that God is asking Abraham to take his son, right? His only son, Asher Ahavta. So that loving imagery is an imagery about Abraham and his son, and yet God is asking Abraham to sacrifice his son. So it seems very odd to me that we would be recalling this image here. To me, it sort of seems to be achieving the opposite of what we were looking for. Then, if we look carefully at the end of this, right, what does it say? V'chavash rachamav la'asot ritzoncha. Abraham overcame his compassion, rachamav, compassion, as we know. We've just seen the connection between love and loving kindness and compassion. So here it's Abraham who has compassion, and Abraham has to suppress his compassion in order to obey God's command. So in a sense, what this is asking is, it is asking God to emulate Abraham, but in the opposite manner. We are asking now God to have God's compassion overcome God's anger. So I guess the question I am asking is, what exactly are we asking God to remember? When the liturgy invokes the Akedah, is the liturgy asking God to emulate Abraham, who put faith over Rachamim, or to channel Rachamim over judgment? What is it that we are asking of God in this particular section here? And I'm going to pause. I know there are many people here, but I'd love to maybe.
I think we have some hands raised, and I did do the thing where I think I have to help people unmute. So if you raise your hand using the function on the bottom, or put it in the chat. And Rabbi Blumenthal, here, I'll unmute you as well. But I do see Ed Bolson has his hand raised. Let's see. Ask to unmute. Ed, are you there? Okay, I'm going to go on to David Sherman. Oh, I see lots of hands. David Sherman, go for it.
Myself here. Are we not asking God to treat us in a midah way, a characteristic for a characteristic, as Abraham suppressed his other emotions? Are we not asking God to, kaviyachol, suppress God's?
Great. Let's take a few comments and then I'll respond.
Pam Geyer.
Yeah, I'll do it. It's a deeper mystery because Kavash Rachamav is used here in two different meanings. In one way, Kavash Rachamav is suppress his compassion, and the other one is use the compassion to overcome the anger. So the same phrase, Kavash Rachamav, is using completely two different meanings. So your mystery is much deeper than you presented it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Are there other comments?
I don't see other official hands raised.
Okay. So one of the ways for us to think about this is let's look at the last text that I have here, and that will get at some of the mystery of this. At least for me, it helped provide me with a response. This is as you see, a section from Brachot from the Talmud. And well, let's just read it together. And because it uses this phrase itself. Okay, I'm gonna read this in English now. Similarly, it was taught in a Braita that Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, the high priest, said, "Once on Yom Kippur, I entered the innermost sanctum, the Holy of Holies, to offer incense, and in a vision, I saw a Katriel Yah, the Lord of Hosts." That's one of the names of God that expresses God's ultimate authority. So a Katriel Yah was seated upon a high and exalted throne, and a Katriel Yah said to me, "Yishmael, my son, bless me." So I said to a Katriel Yah the prayer that God prays. "May it be your will that your mercy overcome your anger. Yihi ratzon milfanecha sheyichbeshu rachamecha et ka'ascha." And may your mercy prevail over your other attributes. Rachamecha, v'yigolu rachamecha al midotecha. And may you act toward your children with the attribute of mercy. V'titnaheg im banecha b'midat harachamim. And may you enter before them beyond the letter of the law. V'tikanes lahem lifnim mishurat hadin. The Holy One, blessed be He, God nodded God's head and accepted the blessing. Okay, so there's an here they give their takeaway from this, which teaches us you should not take the blessing of an ordinary person lightly, because if God asked for and accepted a person's blessing, all the more so that a person must value the blessing of another person. So this same phrase that we saw in the text above, Yichbeshu rachamecha et chascha me'aleinu, taken in this context of this text from Brachot, reminds us here, it's just such a different image. We generally think of us as, striving for imitatio Dei, right? We should be godlike, having been created b'tzelem Elohim. But here in this prayer insists and kind of then maybe gives us this window into the interpretation of the Akedah, and it insists here that God be or prays and hopes that God will be more human-like, that God, like a loving parent, should remember the good and overlook or even forget some of the bad. We want God not to be driven by anger and not to forget, but also not to remember everything. We want God to remember God's love for us, a love that will lead God to deal kindly and mercifully with us. So I guess I make sense of the Akedah here in this Zichronot section by, in a way, seeing it as a test for Avraham Avinu, but for all of us, to trust that ultimately God's love for humanity will prevail over God's other qualities and lead to acts of loving kindness. We know we will always fall short of what God wants. It's only by loving God and trusting God that we can expect God to love us despite our flaws, that God can have faith in us despite our shortcomings, that we can engage in tshuva. I think we do so because we want to believe that we can be more God-like. And in a way, I think when we are reminding God to set aside God, to have God's compassion overcome God's anger, we want to try to do the same. We want our love and loving kindness and empathy and generosity to overcome the other emotions that we have and that we kop al hate for on Yom Kippur: jealousy, hatred, anger. We strive to live up to God's best qualities by trying to forefront them in our own lives. And I guess that gives us the confidence to do our part, not only to try to be our best selves, but to kind of act on our best selves to make the world a better place, I guess. So that's the way I see it. I would love to, again, pause and hear from
I think we'll need, people might want to put their thoughts in the chat because we are going to need to turn to our next teacher in a moment. But we'd love for folks to take a minute and just what your reflections are on the Chancellor's teaching and put them in the chat for us to share with one another would be wonderful. And Chancellor Schwartz, do you want to wrap up with any final words?
Absolutely. Look, I guess I would just end with the prayer for all of us that if we remember this on Rosh Hashanah, I pray that we will succeed in imitating this aspect of God that we're focusing on, remembering love, remembering the best qualities in those that we love, focusing on the fact that feeling that love should lead us to acts of loving kindness and to mercy. And my prayer is that this behavior on our part will bring God and humans closer and the world closer to perfection.
V'nomar Amen. Thank you, Chancellor Shuli Rubin Schwartz, for your wonderful words, inspiring us as we move into these holidays. I think for me, the image I take is my role in setting an example for God, that if our love can overcome any anger or even our sense of strict justice, that perhaps that's what we're trying to set an example for God, and perhaps we can actually provide that inspiration for God as we're moving, as God then reviews our lives in the course of the holiday. So I just thank you. It's a beautiful image, and I have to say, a great challenge. So let love and chesed and rachamim, compassion and loving kindness fill our lives with each other and hopefully towards God as well. Thank you so much for a beautiful teaching, and wishes to you and to all at the Jewish Theological Seminary for a Shana Tova U'Metuka. And I'm pleased now to introduce our next guest teacher, Rabbi Ben Herman, who serves at Beit Shira in Miami, Florida. He's married to Karina and is the father of Ariella and Leora. His programming at the synagogue is often described as innovative and dynamic. His congregation won a Solomon Schechter Award from the United Synagogue for his hiking and halacha program. He has instituted a drive-through sukkah at Beit Shira and also a drive-in Shabbat last summer. He has seen the COVID pandemic as an opportunity to learn how to live with the unknown and uncertainty. And that will be the theme of his reflections and teaching this evening. Rabbi Herman, welcome.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Blumenthal. Wow, to follow Dr. Shuli Rubin Schwartz, I never would have imagined. What a beautiful, inspiring teaching to set as a keynote, as well as a beautiful Havdalah by Cantor Luis Gatan. I'm just going to start by saying my thoughts and prayers are with those in Louisiana and the greater New Orleans region as Hurricane Ida bears down on them, as well as those impacted by fires, those around Lake Tahoe and other parts of Northern California. I'm going to start with a nigun, and if there's time, we'll play another version of it at the end. This is from one of the people I consider my teachers, Rabbi Shefa Gold. And it comes from after Pharaoh says, okay, Moses, you can go forward, just get out of here in Parshat Bo. And I need to know exactly where you're going, how many you're taking with you. And Moses says to Pharaoh, no, you need to provide the sacrifices. And we don't know what we are going to do to worship God until we arrive in that place. So here is the nigun. 1 sec. I shared sound, so it should come through.
Lo neda man navol et yad boeinu shama. Lo neda man navol et yad boeinu shama. Lo neda man navod 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 et yad boeinu shama. Lo neda
We don't know what we're supposed to do until we get to that moment in time. I'm a recovering black and white thinker, and COVID definitely has helped with that. I wish it didn't have to happen. Over 600,000 dead, so many more who have been gravely sick. But if that does not show we cannot take anything for granted. We don't know what the next day will bring. I don't know what will show that. It reminds me of a time in rabbinical school when I was working with my chavruta, Rabbi Michelle Dardashti, and we were doing a presentation on different readings of Hagar and Ishmael's banishment. That Torah reading we read the first day of Rosh Hashanah, and I saw things a certain way. And finally, Rabbi Dardashti said to me, Ben, you don't know how to handle ambiguity. And learning how to see things not in black and white, but in shades of gray has become really an interest of mine. Not just during this pandemic, but as a lesson for life, learning that everything is impermanent and that we better become comfortable with uncertainty and the unknown. And our tradition has a lot to say about it. So first, there's a danger of not knowing. And for this, I could have taken Exodus 32, verse 1. Instead, I chose verse 23, very similar, but this is Aaron's response to Moses. And he's talking about how the people are bent on evil. Vayomru li, they said to me, Asalanu Elokim, make for us a God, Asher Yelchu lefanenu, who will go before us. Ki zeh Moshe ha'ish, for that man, Moses, Asher ha'elanu me'eretz Mitzrayim, who led us out of the land of Egypt, lo yadanu, we do not know mehayalo, what happened to him. So not knowing, I know we say ignorance is bliss, but sometimes not knowing can lead to one acting of their own devices. And in this case, it was a mob of angry people creating one of the cardinal sins, idolatry. So that's a danger of not knowing, but of course there's danger in knowing, and we need to turn no further than Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. After eating from the fruits from Adam and Eve, Vatipakachna einei shnehem, their eyes were both opened. Vayedu ki eromim hem, they knew they were naked. Vayiparu alei te'ena, they sewed fig leaves. Vayasu lahem chagorot, they made for themselves belts. And one could very easily argue that thinking we knew the difference between Tov and Ra is what got us kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Sometimes it's better not to ask certain questions. The rabbis go on with this in Talmud Chagiga in the second chapter, if you're interested. And so both ways, whether sometimes it's better to know things because not knowing could lead to us acting rashly or irrationally or unwisely. And at other times in life, it's better not to know. Ignorance truly is bliss. So these are just a couple biblical texts, but the rabbis have some interesting things to say that I want to share. Pirkei Avot, the well-known Mishnah, Ethics of the Fathers, says, Shiva dvarim b'golem v'shiva b'chacham. There are 7 things, 7 characteristics that differentiate a golem, literally a clod, a lifeless form of matter, from a person. And I just added the 5th. Alma shelo shama omer lo shamati. When a person doesn't know, he or she says, I don't know. They don't try to come up with an answer on the spot and press people. They don't try to dodge a question. They simply say, Lo shamati, I have never heard this. Again, this is from a time when there was oral traditions. So if it's something they never heard, they admit to not having heard it. Talmud Brachot, toward the beginning of the study of Talmud, the Amar Mar, the master said, and we're not 100% sure, at least from the Talmudic text itself, who this Mar is, but he said, Lamed leshoncha, train your tongue. Lomar, to say, Eini yodea, I do not know. Shema titbadeh batei achez, lest you become entangled in a web of deceit. And we know how easy it can be to want to know something and to just make that first little white lie type of thing. And sometimes we need the white lie, but we make that first little misstep and it leads to another and it leads to another. I'll give you a personal example and then we'll continue. I used to have an inferiority complex with the Orthodox, and I went to the Shtibel on 84th Street when I was in rabbinical school, and I was asked, what do you do? And I should have said I'm a rabbinical student at JTS. That was the honest answer. But I said, I'm a student. And they said, oh, where are you a student? So I said, I didn't even say JTS. I said, and I'm embarrassed to admit this, at I said Columbia. They said, oh, what do you study? Well, I was a history major in undergrad. So I said history. Are you with Stanislavski or this one? It goes on and on. So be very careful. And that was not an I don't know example. That's not a fair example here. But that's showing how it's easy to become entangled in a web of deceit. We're going to go back to the not knowing connected to the pandemic. Don't worry. But right now, I'm dealing with not knowing in general. I learned from my Chavruta, Rabbi Mitch Shefetz, that we often think that the Chacham is the smartest of the four children. That's the highest level. After all, it's Chacham, it's a wise one. But in the Kabbalistic levels, and again, four children corresponding to four worlds, the Chacham is actually Asiyah, the world of action, the lowest level of spiritual growth. Dealing with particular details, the Edot, Chukim Mishpatim, but not the big picture. And in Kabbalah, the four children represent a progression from highest to lowest, with the highest level being the one so taken in by the profound nature of our world that she or he does not even know how to ask a question. It's like those moments where all you can say is, wow. You can't rationalize them. You can't prove them through empiricism. You just don't even know what to ask, but you know it's something profound. It's fairly well known that Rashi often will say, Eini yodea. He will say, I don't know in his comments. And what does that mean? He could have just said nothing at all. Very easy. Rashi, there are verses which Rashi doesn't comment on. Yes, he's a commentator par excellence. As Dr. Schwartz said, 11th century French commentator. But saying, I don't know, is actually instructive. It points to humility, to acceptance on our limits of knowing, to the limitlessness of God's knowing, and offers a charge to the next generation to study up and discover. And for even our greatest commentator, Rashi, to say, I don't know, that speaks volumes to me. He was comfortable with not having all the answers. Maybe even comfortable with ambiguity. That's another step. But at least being able to say when he doesn't know, when he's uncertain of something. Here are some non-Jewish sources. There's a powerful Zen koan, which I'm going to begin my second day of Rosh Hashanah sermon with. So my congregants, I won't give any more of it away. but I use this to meditate often. You say, where are you going? I don't know. And the Buddhist scholar Jiddu Krishnamurti said, practice responding, I don't know, anytime someone asks you a question. And why? Certainly we know the answer to things. But if we practice that, then on those occasions when we really don't know, when we're really uncertain, when it's messy or murky, maybe we will respond, I don't know. So we need to practice it. It's innate to want to have answers, to want to have certainty. I'll come back to that in a minute, and I'll tie it to the first text on the golden calf in a minute. Okay. A Buddhist teaching is not knowing is most intimate. And yes, this doesn't fit with the others, Zen and Buddhism, but I put it in here from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, the 6th book in the series. It is the unknown we fear when we look upon death and darkness, nothing more. I'm also in my high holiday preparations giving a Yizkor sermon on encountering death. And often what we fear is we don't know what will happen. No one's come back to tell us. And so being able to live without having all the answers, being able to handle the murkiness and the messiness of life. And with COVID, many of us thought we were in the clear after the vaccinations. I mean, I didn't because I've got 2 girls who are not vaccinated who are under 12. But many of us did, and then the Delta variant comes. So this roller coaster has led to a lot of frustration for many of us and anxiety about what the future holds. And will we ever get out of this? One of my favorite books I read this year was, I believe it's Estelle Franco. And if it is, I apologize. But the book's title is The Wisdom of Not Knowing. And just a few pages from that book. Once we step into the unknown, we discover that life is uncertain. There's no fixed script to follow. It's like, I think, when I took ballroom dance in college, and I was so focused on getting the steps right that my dancing was horrible. Because if you focus too much on slow, quick, and foxtrot, then you're not natural. You're not authentic to the moment. The biblical metaphor for clinging to certainty, fixating on the past, and trying to control everything is idolatry. We think of idolatry as setting up a statue, but it's not. Certainty, one of the symbols of certainty is idolatry. We know that we can't hold on to all that we know, that life will throw us in zigzags, that life will take us in different directions. And also, I would add to this, Pharaoh is another symbol, the hardened heart, the one way of doing things, my way or the highway. That's problematic thinking, to say the least. And Ms. Franco writes, before we can set ourselves free, we must confront our human impulse to seek security by clinging to the known and certain. It would take 40 years in the desert facing the unknown day after day. Remember, one of the first people our ancestors hit was Amalek, who attacked them from the rear. That was a classic example of the unknown we just read about in the mosque here this last week. And it would take wandering day after day, not knowing where their next source of drink would come. Yes, food, manna, but not knowing where the wadi was or the well, especially after Miriam's death. And it would take these 40 years in order for the Israelites to learn to trust in an invisible God whose essence is unknown and ever-changing. My Chavruta, Rabbi Shefetz, also says that anxiety is the opposite of faith. When we say amen, it's not I agree, it's I have emunah, I have faith in the future. And that's what Judaism is all about, having faith in our future, even when things don't seem so rosy. Okay. I'm going to see if there are any questions. I'm going to take off the screen share, and then we will do another version of Rabbi Sheffigold's chants.
And we can invite folks to put some questions in the chat if you'd like.
And thank you,
or
Edie.
if you want to...
Oh.
Go ahead,
Estelle Franco, yes.
Yes. And or if somebody wants to raise their hand and for a comment or a question, maybe how this teaching relates to your experiences over the past 18 months, we'd welcome that. I see Lou, if you want to, I can unmute you.
Hey, my name's Lou Klein. I'm from Austin, Texas. And I just wanted to say that I think the best thing my rabbi ever said to me when I went for pastoral kind of reasons was, I don't know. Because there's so many things we just can't explain, tragedies especially. And I think that it was the most comforting thing that I heard. And I appreciate your addressing the I don't know.
Thank you. It's something that I felt was important enough to devote a sermon to on Rosh Hashanah, not a COVID sermon. I think people are at a point where, please, not another COVID sermon, but a sermon about dealing with the unknown in life and figuring things out. And my former neighbor, Rabbi Yafi, wrote, and he's correct, Hanista wrote, Lashem Elokeinu. Those things which are secret, we leave to God. But those things which are revealed, and then it has dots above it, that's our responsibility to deal with. We can only control what we know about, and we can grow in our knowledge over time. And Aviva, I really like that as well. We were in the desert for 40 years. Now we want answers. We had the quickest development of a vaccine ever. And we want to, and yes, I'm not going to get into COVID and the issues therein, but we want everything to be solved and swept under the rug. And I have another part of one of my sermons where I'm talking about return to normalcy. Can we really return to February 2020? And do we really want to do that? Is that the goal? The goal is to adapt to whatever comes our way, not to be naive about it, not to throw up our hands in the air about things like climate change, no. But when we need to be able to adapt, that's what the rabbis did after the destruction of the Second Temple. And that's what we need to do as well. So the title of the book is The Wisdom of Not Knowing by Estelle Franco. I'm going to play, unless someone else has a question, I'll play the Nigun one more time, and I'm going to play a harmony of it. And before I play it, I'll just mention there's another part of the text. So I'm going to do two separate screen shares. This one just for Rabbi Sheffa's comments. We don't know what form our service will take, what the world will be like, or what will be called from us. The world is in flux and our lives are also changing moment to moment. We just don't know. Not knowing can be terrifying, and yet it also holds the infinite potential of our power and creativity. We can only prepare for this mystery by becoming fully present, by accessing the fullness of being in this moment, knowing when we are called, we will respond with that fullness. On this journey to freedom, we must dare to live in a place of uncertainty that's held inside the confidence that just showing up in our fullness and in our uniqueness is enough. We won't know what is needed until we get there. Each moment is a new there. as is each breath. And I'll share one more story and then share this by the Nigun, and I'll share a different version of it. When I was working as a rabbinical student with a fellowship with an internship with the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs in Chicago, I was placed with the Inner City Muslim Action Network, and I've often been an outcome-oriented person rather than a process-oriented person. Had to work on patience a lot in life. It's either patience or suffering, same root in Hebrew. And so I talked to my supervisor, why is there not more happening? Why can't I do more? And he said to me, Ben, wasn't a rabbi at the time, Ben, you're just being here makes a difference. As a Jew working with Muslims, helping African Americans on criminal justice reform, your being here makes a difference. And it reminds me we are human beings, not human doings. You hear the sound? Thank you, everyone. Let me just make sure, see if there were more questions.
I can invite Ruth Ellen Mulberg has asked to make a comment or a question, so we'll turn to them.
Thank you so much. Unless you have questions first. I'm sorry, I can't peck out fast enough. Thank you for what you said, Rabbi. And what you said made me, talking about not being able to accept uncertainty, made me think of something else I've been studying that others may be familiar with through the Musar tradition of Musar and the Midot, that we try to balance these characteristics so that we're more holy like God. And the foundational one is humility. And it plays into that. It takes a certain humility in order to accept that one doesn't know something. So in that way, you're giving way to surrendering to Hashem, and also to the respecting other people's, needs and interpretations for what's going on. And so then that also helped me tie in exactly to what the chancellor was talking about as well, to try to fold it all together. The idea of, is God trying to be more like us, or are we trying to act more like him? And I think it's a conversation, so it may well be both. But one of the ways to do that is to be humble and accept what one doesn't know. And then lastly, that whole fear, that's the hubris and everything that comes from people not accepting the COVID and all that is, I think, not only fear, like Harry Potter said, but fear of the loss of control over our own destiny. So thank you for helping me put all that together, and I hope maybe that made some sense to some of the others listening.
It's definitely tied into the Musar tradition, and I'll end on this note. And I just sent my sheet to Rabbi Lana Garber, so she will post this here. It's anava in the Musar tradition, and this was new to me. It's not a endpoint; it's a middle point. It's middle between shval, ruach, self-effacement, and ga'ava, which is excess pride or hubris. And so when Moses is anav, and we need to have humility in life, that doesn't mean that we need to be doormats. Actually, Alan Morena says it the best: no more than my place, no less than my space. And the part that you're talking about is recognizing we don't have all the answers and going with the best knowledge we have with COVID, with our physicians. I have an infectious disease specialist, the head of my physicians committee. I'm sure others of you do at your synagogues as well, or other physicians who are seeing this on a daily basis. You go by the experts and you make the best decisions you can with the facts you have at the time. And if you made a not bad decision, let me just say, there's no wrong decision, but they're better and worse decisions. You don't beat yourself up over it. You say, this was the best I had with what I had at the time. And I didn't have all the answers. I didn't have a crystal ball, and you move on as best as you can. So I appreciate your sharing from the Musar tradition. It's definitely tied in. And now that it's 9:50, I'm going to turn it over to one of my teachers, Rabbi Eli Confer. I wish I could stay for a session, but we have our own Selihot service at the synagogue. So Laila Tov, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Herman. We so appreciate your teaching this evening. I'm taking so much with me. First, just the idea that maybe we should approach these holidays with presence rather than answers. And if we invoke God's presence and also invoke our presence with each other as we gather, whether it's online or if we're blessed to be in person, can we lend presence to one another rather than trying to lend answers? I think that's a really powerful idea that you've introduced. And also, if maybe we often think of the process that we are going through of tshuva as in some ways trying to manipulate our fates by manipulating God's relationship with us. And perhaps I hear in your teaching also a challenge that tshuva is very important, especially as it restores our relationships with one another. But perhaps the exercise this year is really to come to terms with our lack of control and to really just invoke our sense of connection to one another in community and to God's presence as a way of helping us through that lack of control and knowledge that that you spoke of so wonderfully. So I really appreciate your teaching. I think we all do. Thank you so much, and wishes to you and your family for a Shana Tova Metuka, very sweet and happy new year. And I'm pleased now to turn to our next facilitator and teacher for the evening, Rabbi Eli Confer. He's the president and CEO of the Hadar Institute. Eli has previously worked as a journalist, a banker, and a corporate fraud investigator. He's a graduate of Harvard College, and he completed his doctorate in liturgy at the Jewish Theological Seminary, where he was also ordained. He's also received smicha from his longtime teacher, Rav Daniel Landis, in 2018. He's a Wexner Graduate Fellow and DeRote Fellow. Rabbi Confer is a co-founder of the independent minyan Kilat Hadar in New York, and has been named multiple times to Newsweek's list of top 50 rabbis in America. He is the author of a wonderful book, Empowered Judaism, What Independent Minyanim Can Teach Us About Building Vibrant Jewish Communities. And he serves on the board of Natan and the advisory board of Upstart. He'll be speaking with us this evening on the deeper meaning of Avinu Malkeinu. Rabbi Confer, it's wonderful to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here this evening. I'll also just say that my turn as host will end, and I'm pleased that Rabbi Ellen Wollens-Fields, my wonderful colleague from the Women's League of Conservative Judaism, will pick up as host following Rabbi Confer's presentation. Rabbi Confer.
Great, thank you so much. It's an honor to be with all of you here tonight on this night of Selihot, and my hope is that we'll be able to look at more deeply and unpack for meaning the prayer Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King, is often how it's translated. We're both going to get to look at the circumstances under which the story behind the writing of this prayer, which is very unusual because most prayers you don't actually get the story of how and when they were written. So we're going to get to see the story of how this came to be, which is, I think, going to instruct us into what the prayer means. And we're also going to have an occasion to look at what it means to call God Avinu, our Father, and Malkeinu, our King. All this is going to be looking at some of the sources from our tradition in order to get this deeper insight. So let's start off with the Avinu Malkeinu that is in the Ashkenaz tradition, and just get ourselves oriented to this prayer. It's one of the longest prayers in terms of a litany, that is to say, something that you say over and over again. Avinu Malkeinu X. Avinu Malkeinu X comes 44 times in the traditional Ashkenazi liturgy. And in different communities and also in different traditions, like in Lev Shalem, they've cut back from that. But the prayer is fairly long, and possibly the reason it's so well known is perhaps the tune that we sing the last line to, Avinu Malkeinu, which is a favorite. And if you don't get that at your high holiday services, you get your money back. And in addition to that, it's a very simple prayer, meaning that the Hebrew is understandable, and the sort of plaintiveness of calling God both a parent and a sovereign is both powerful in its contrasting images and its simplicity. So we're going to get to take a look at, we'll just take a quick peek at the long version of Avinu Malkeinu as we have it in our Machzorim. But then we're going to look at the story behind it and get a sense of, actually, it was much shorter to begin with, probably no surprise there, and the circumstances under which it was written. So I'm just going to share my screen here so we can do this together. Okay, so as you can see, we start off with Avinu Malkeinu, Chatanu Lefanecha. Our Father, our King, we have sinned before you, as we're going to see in a moment, although that's the opening line for our versions of this prayer. That's not the original opening line, and that's striking in and of itself. I mean, we sort of associate this prayer with an admission of sin, and of course, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Selihot, these are all times of admitting sin. In the old tradition of the land of Israel, instead of Modeh Ani Lefanecha, we wake up and say in the morning, at least in our modern traditions in the prayer book, the thing that you would say in the morning when you woke up in the morning was Chatati, simply, I sinned. So there is something about the opening with sin that is appropriate for this kind of a prayer, but at the same time, it's, as we're going to see, it's not the original starting point of this prayer. And that's probably closer to the Ein Lanu Melech Ela Ata, we have no king but you, as sort of the real opener to the prayer here. But we're gonna see, as you know, I brought you the whole thing here just visually so you can see 44 lines is a lot of lines. There are some lines that seem more and less relevant. Some of these were added over the years. Some of them were added after certain pogroms or crusades. which seemed to be a sort of an avengeful, take revenge on our behalf side of things. I wanted to just highlight one which is relevant for this year. Avinu Malkeinu mena magefa minachalatecha, withhold the plague from your inheritance, that is to say, from your people. There actually was another version of this line in other versions of Avinu Malkeinu that didn't say mena, prevent a plague or withhold, but rather atzor magefa, stop the plague. And later editors of the Siddur said, well, why would I ask God to stop the plague? I'm asking God to prevent the plague. But now we know the answer. You ask God to stop the plague if you're sitting in the middle of the plague and you'd like it to be stopped. So feel free to make that little edit this year if you'd like. Instead of mina, you could say atzor. So again, we have 44 lines here, including the Kodvenu B'Sefer, write us in the book of. There's a lot of ways of trying to explain why it is so long. Actually, one of the ways in which it was explained to be long was that it was meant to mirror the 19 blessings of the weekday Amida. And there are some similarities in some of the languages to some of the brachot in the weekday Amida. That's also probably the reason why we don't say Avinu Malkeinu on Shabbat, because it's sort of a weekday prayer, as it were, even though that sort of gets mixed up on the holidays. But this is a very, very long prayer here. And of course, the place where we say this prayer on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is, as well as normal fast days, is right after the Amida itself. That is to say, once you're done with saying the standard Amida, and after the repetition, that's when Avinu Malkeinu comes in. I asked my wife earlier, why do you think Avinu Malkeinu is such a popular prayer? She said, because people know that when they get to Avinu Malkeinu, they're almost done. Meaning you've said the Amida, and now you're moving on to Avinu Malkeinu, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel for the service. But the placement here is going to be important as we see why was it placed at the end of the Amida, and what's its function? What is it actually doing here? Okay. I brought you just for a little variety, not from our version, not from the Ashkenaz version, from an old French tradition, which was preserved in some Siddurim from the Middle Ages. Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Mizonot, inscribe us in the book of food, literally mazon. Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Rifuot, inscribe us in the book of healing. And Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Shalom, inscribe us in the book of peace. Again, the Hebrew here is very simple and understandable, and the requests are fairly basic, and in that way, sort of relate to some of our deepest concerns and needs that we're trying to sort of organize around on the high holidays. Okay, so what does it mean for us to look at the story of the writing of this prayer to get a deeper sense of what the prayer means? And that's what we're going to jump to right now. And I'm going to give you just a little narrative background to the story here. The story of Avinu Malkeinu has nothing to do with Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, but rather it comes in the section of the Talmud that speaks about the fasting that the Jewish community would do in the event of a drought. So you can imagine a time when the rain is supposed to come, like in the fall and winter, but the rain is not coming. And what are you supposed to do if your entire economy, your entire food source is coming from the agricultural system and there's no rain that's producing food? How are you supposed to react to that? So the Tractate of Tani basically says, here's what you do. You set a series of fasts. And if the series of fasts don't work out, and they have 13 fasts in a row, on a Monday and a Thursday, so a number of weeks that you're fasting and hoping that the rain will come as a result of the fast. If the fasts don't work, so plan B is to recite a special Amida, to recite a special, core rabbinic prayer. The normal prayer, as we said, is originally it was 18 brachot, now is 19 brachot. And on top of those standard brachot, you're going to add another 6 brachot. You're going to add another 6 blessings. That's what you do when the fast hasn't brought the rain. Now we're going to turn to a public prayer service where you're making a special Amida with 6 extra brachot, and that's what's going to bring the rain. Now, that's the rule in the Mishnah. We're going to see it in a moment. But what's great about the Talmud is it's not just rules, it's also stories. And we're going to see a couple of stories in which this plan didn't work. Neither plan A, the plan of fasting, nor plan B, the plan of the special Amida, worked to bring the rain. as you might imagine, which happens in reality. And so what happens then? What happens after that that situation? And that's going to be the locus point for the creation of Avinu Malkeinu from a narrative standpoint. So let's take a look at these stories together. I'm going to reshare the screen so we can do it. Okay, first of all, here's the rule in the Mishnah. The Mishnah, the oldest layer of rabbinic law says, when they have stood up to pray the Amidah, they shall bring before the ark an elder who is experienced and who has children, but his house is empty, so that his heart will be wholly devoted to the Amidah. So who is the prayer leader who's going to lead this most important moment of prayer? It's going to be someone who is an elder, probably a leader like a Zaken, could also be like the Zakenim in the Torah, not just someone who old of age, but also someone of stature, and who has children, but has no means of feeding them. So someone who's really suffering. Okay, so this is the kind of leader that they're putting up there on this day of fast, really to pull out the stops in terms of God paying attention and bringing the rain. What happens? He says before them 24 blessings, 18 that are recited every day. The normal Amidah has 18, and then they add to those 18 6 special for the fast. Okay, so this is the rule. This is the law. Now let's get the story, and we're going to actually see two stories in quick succession in the Babylonian Talmud that sort of unpack the situation when even this special Amidah doesn't work. Okay, so let's get the first story. Tana Rabbanan, we get a story, an ancient story. Ma said there's a story of Rabbi Eliezer, who declared 13 fasts on the public, but no rain fell. Okay, so this is the plan A. Plan A is if there's no rain, you're going to declare a series of fasts. And indeed, the fasts go through all the way 13. So, Monday, Thursday, all the way through to get to 13 fasts. Rabbi Eliezer does this. He is a well-respected leader of the generation, sort of number one Torah scholar. And nevertheless, it's not working. So at the end of the last fast, this is what happened. The people started to leave. Now, Talmudic stories are a little bit ambiguous. You don't know, there's not a lot of details. So where were they and what was causing them to leave? Not totally clear, but wherever they were together and the people started to leave. Rabbi Eliezer says to them as they're leaving, have you prepared graves for yourselves? And then all the people burst into tears and the rain fell. Okay, that's the end of the first story. So the fast is not working. The series of fast is not working. The people are leaving. Let's say they're leaving dejected or unsure or rejecting the leadership perhaps of Rabbi Eliezer. And Rabbi Eliezer sort of blurts out to them, have you prepared graves for yourselves? Which might mean that he's saying we're all doomed, or might be sort of, this is your fault. Something's wrong with the way that you're experiencing these fasts, maybe accusatory. Again, not totally clear in this little snippet what the force of it is, but whatever it is, that's what gets the people to cry. They explode in a burst of tears, the Yardu Geshamim, and that causes the rain to fall. Okay? So what we have here is action, sort of human action, the crying, the water falling from your eyes as a result of an emotional experience that leads to the upper rains to come down. That's story number one. We haven't come to Avinu Malkeinu yet. Now we're getting to our prayer. Okay? Shuv Maaseh. There's another story concerning Rabbi Eliezer where he led the Amidah and he said the 24 blessings in the Amidah. That is to say, the 6 additional blessings for the fast, but he was not answered. Below nana. So again, this is a situation of a drought, presumably another year. There's a drought. They go through the fasts aren't working. They go for the Amidah, plan B. He leads the Amidah. He's that Zaken, he's that elder who leads in front of everybody, and there's no rain. What happens next? Rabbi Akiva gets up and led after him and said, Yerad Rabbi Akiva Acharav Ve'amar, he simply says, Avinu Malkeinu, and now I'm taking out the parts in the bracket because the parts in the bracket were added in later manuscripts. So leave out the brackets. Avinu Malkeinu, Ein Lanu Melech Ela Ata. Avinu Malkeinu, Rachem Aleinu. Right? He says 2 lines. Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King. We have no king but you. Ein lanu melech ela ata. Avinu malkeinu, our Father, our King, have mercy on us. Rachem aleinu. V'yardu geshamim. And the rain falls, right? Incredible. Now, this seems to have the desired outcome, right? You're in a drought. You want the rain to come. Everything you've done hasn't worked. Rabbi Eliezer led the Amida as prescribed in the Mishnah. It still doesn't work. Rabbi Akiva then gets up, does something totally off book, right? Completely spontaneous. It seems to be no mention of saying Avinu Malkeinu in the Mishnah or anywhere else. He seems to come up with the words right in the moment. And lo and behold, the rain comes down. Okay, so this is working. Now, like, we're going to get the coda to the story here, although I just want to unpack a little bit further, what just happened in that scene. So after the rain comes, what happens? Yatzta batko, a voice comes out from heaven, an echo of a voice, a heavenly voice comes out. I skipped the line here. After the rain comes, the rabbis shouted or complained, Miradane Rabbanan. The rabbis, the assembled leaders, start to shout or complain. Not totally clear what the force of that is, but we're going to see from context that seems to be some criticism of Rabbi Eliezer, the first guy that got up to lead the Amida, who wasn't answered. So they seem to be complaining against him. So a heavenly voice comes out and says, it's not that this one is greater than that one. Rather, this one passes over his midot, his character aspects, and this one does not pass over his midot. And now that's the end of the story. Okay, so the end of the story is a little complicated. It's not totally clear what's going on there. We're going to come back to that in a second. But let's just go back to the action part of the story here for a moment, just so we get the force of it. And we said that Rabbi Eliezer is a great scholar of his generation. Not only is he a great scholar, he is also the teacher of Rabbi Akiva. So just understand what happened in this scene. Rabbi Eliezer, the senior rabbi, as it were, gets up and leads the congregation in the Amida, in the special Amida that's meant to bring the rain, and he's not answered. And then his student jumps up and steps in and says this spontaneous prayer out of nowhere, and he is answered. Now that is a crazy event, because you would imagine that the teacher is the zaken, the teacher is the one who should be answered, and Rabbi Akiva, this sort of the student, but not the one who has more honor than Rabbi Eliezer, he should, perhaps hang back or, let the teacher come up with some other solution. But he jumps in there and does what he does, writes this spontaneous prayer, and is answered. So there's something chutzpahdik about Avinu Malkeinu. That is to say, it's a prayer that is not the normal Amida, not the prescribed Amida, and not said by the guy who's supposed to be leading the prayers, right? It's said by the young upstart rabbi, and Rabbi Akiva is no slouch, but he's still a student of Rabbi Eliezer at this point. And he comes up with his own prayer out of the blue. So just in our experience on the high holidays, when you get to Avinu Malkeinu, it's a little bit like, you know what? We've tried everything else. On Yom Kippur, we're fasting, we're saying a very long Amida, and now we get to the end of it, and we're going to try something else, which the spontaneity of it in its origin story from Rabbi Akiva also might explain how so many lines were tacked on as it went on through history. This was not something that was written and prescribed in the law codes. This was something that was meant to express our deep, in the moment, spontaneous prayer instinct. And it's said by the person who you wouldn't expect to be answered. You would expect the teacher, not the student, to be answered. Okay? So in that way, there's a sort of a very unusual situation that's happening here with Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer. We're going to look a little deeper into their relationship as we move forward. But let's just figure out what's happening here. Yatzta bat kol v'amra. After they complain against Rabbi Eliezer, the heavenly voice says, no, it's not that Rabbi Akiva is greater than Rabbi Eliezer. That's not why he was answered. Rather, he is ma'avir al midotav. Rabbi Akiva is passing over his, and we're going to see this means negative attributes, not the midot that we try to develop, like Rabbi Herman was speaking about, but the negative attributes. And this one does not pass over his negative attributes. That is to say, Rabbi Eliezer has a little bit of an edge to him, whereas Rabbi Akiva is able to model passing over his negative attributes, his attributes that might lead to hurting other people. Okay, so that's the story in the Babylonian Talmud. Now, the great news here is that we also have a parallel story in the Jerusalem Talmud, in the Talmud that is the tradition of the land of Israel. So oftentimes you'll see a story that has parallels from the Yerushalmi and the Bavli, from the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. They're not exactly the same, but you're going to see that there's enough overlap here that we can compare the stories. So let's take a look at the parallel story in the Yerushalmi, also a very short story. Rabbi Eliezer made a fast, but no rain fell. Rabbi Akiva made a fast, and the rain fell. Okay, so we have the same dynamic that we had in the Bavli, the same dynamic, but it's not a prayer that's sort of being recited here, whereas in the Bavli it was Avinu Malkeinu versus the standard Amida with the extra 6 blessings. Here it's just dueling fasts. Okay, and I'm going to invite, if you have a question, Peter, please just put it in the chat. Rabbi Akiva then entered and said before them, I'll explain it in a parable. So remember, Rabbi Akiva is now going to explain, why was I answered and Rabbi Eliezer wasn't? What's it like? It's like a king who had 2 daughters. One was brazen, chutzpahdik, chatzifta, and one was proper, kshera. One of them was kosher. Okay, so the king has 2 daughters. When the brazen one wanted to enter before him, when the chutzpahdik one wanted to see the king, he said, yeah, give her what she wants so that she may go away. But when the kosher one wanted to enter before him, when the favored daughter wanted to enter before the king, he was patient because he liked hearing her pleas. Okay, now this is a crazy story theologically. Let's just understand what Rabbi Akiva is trying to say. Rabbi Akiva is saying, right, that I am the chutzpahdik daughter. And the only reason I was answered is because God is saying, oh, get this guy out of here. Yeah, give him what he wants. Let's move on. But Rabbi Eliezer, who is not answered, why is he not answered? Because he's preferred. He's the one who is loved. And why isn't he answered if he's loved? Because the king likes to hear the cries of his daughter that he loves. Now, that's a little bit sick / crazy. And indeed, the Talmud turns right around and says, wait a minute. Is it permissible to say this? Can you really say that God listens to the prayers? God rejects the prayers of those God loves because God likes hearing the prayers, and God answers the prayers of the ones that God doesn't love because he just wants to get them out of the way. Is it permissible to say this? No, rather it was to prevent blasphemy of the house of Rabbi Eliezer. So what's the answer to the Talmud here? Rabbi Akiva came up with this parable to explain why he, Rabbi Akiva, the lesser one, the student, is answered versus the teacher, because he knew that he had to give Rabbi Eliezer some honor and explain away why the teacher was ignored by God and why the student was answered. And he was doing this in order to prevent shame, to prevent blasphemy of the people against Rabbi Eliezer. So in this way, it's very similar to the story in the Bavli, except that in the Bavli, it's the voice of heaven that's coming out and saying, you know what? Don't worry about Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer. It's not that Rabbi Akiva is greater than Rabbi Eliezer. It's just that he has this ability to overcome his negative attributes in certain moments. But Rabbi Eliezer, there's nothing wrong with him. And in the Yerushalmi, that same argument is being made, but it's being made not by a voice from heaven, but rather by a voice that is Rabbi Akiva's himself. That it's a Rabbi Akiva is rushing to the defense of his teacher, Rabbi Eliezer. Now, bringing this to the question of how is it that we experience Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu is just a moment where you could pick lots of moments in the High Holiday Liturgy in which you're saying, are my prayers really going to be answered? Like I say, mi yecheu mi amud, who shall live and who shall die? Are my prayers to live going to be answered? How are my prayers sort of wrapped up in, how are the words coming out of my mouth wrapped up in the possibility of being answered? And what this story is teaching us, or the set of stories is teaching us, is that actually what matters more than the words themselves is the character of the person who is saying them, which is to say, Rabbi Akiva is modeling in some way the generosity of spirit that also brings the rain. Rabbi Akiva is saying, I'm going to take the heat, even though my prayer worked, my fast worked, I'm going to take the heat and say Rabbi Eliezer is really the one who's loved, even though I have to come up with this theology that doesn't totally make sense in order to say that. But I am somebody who is answered because of my ability to make sure I respect my elders, and because I'm able to pass over ma'avir al midotav, I'm able to pass over my midot. So there's something about Rabbi Akiva as the actor here, the leader of the prayers. It's not a magic formula that's coming out of his mouth. Oh, a spontaneous prayer after the Amida, that's what works. It's actually about the character and the life that he leads. That's what's helping Rabbi Akiva be answered. And I think, of course, there's no magic formula to getting your prayer answered. That was true now as much as it was in Talmudic times. But I think part of the lesson of the story is that the behavior that we demonstrate is as much the part of the the reason that something would be answered than any specific formula that I might say. In other words, not that the formula Avinu Malkeinu is better than the standard Amida, but when you're paying attention to the actual source of the words, the person who's standing there, that's somebody that's something that's going to be the real issue here. And I want to look at this because it also touches on the experience of God and what God is also struggling with in these moments of prayer. And then we'll jump quickly to look at Avinu and Malkeinu as terms that are understood in certain ways. So let me just reshare the screen here. We're going to take a look at, I'm scrolling on down to page 8. First of all, Rashi tells us, Hama'avir al midotav, what does it mean for someone to pass over his midot? She'eino medaktek limdod midah. He plays on the word midah. He's not very exacting in measuring out limdod, retaliation for those who trouble him. Rather, he sets aside his retaliations and moves on, right? Ma'avir al midotav means you can forgive people who offend you, right? And that's what apparently Rabbi Akiva has as a character trait. And apparently Rabbi Eliezer does not have as a character trait. And in that way, actually, there's a lot of stories of Rabbi Eliezer at his sort of prickly side. He's not someone who's ma'avir al midotav. He's not someone who sets aside his retaliations. He's very exacting with his students and with his community. He's potentially excommunicated from the rabbis for that reason, or partly for that reason. But that's something that Rabbi Akiva is modeling. So Rabbi Akiva is the one who's modeling, I'm going to set aside my retaliations, and that's why my prayer is answered. Now, this is actually indeed what God is struggling with as well. And we get a beautiful midrash about the inner prayer life of God here. We learn that God prays. And what does God pray? In other words, God says the Amida. What does it mean for God to say the Amida? What does God's Amida look like? So we get this report. Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia says in the name of Rav, this is God's prayer. May it be my will, Yi Ratzon Milfanai. May it be my will before me. That what? That Sheyichbeshu Rachamai Kasai, that my mercy will conquer my anger. V'yagolu Rachamai al Midotai, and my mercies shall override my midot, my attributes. That's the thing about Ma'avir al Midotav, overcoming my attributes. And I will behave with my children through the attribute of mercy and go above the letter of the law with them. So I'm not going to judge them by the strict letter of the law, but I'm going to be merciful to them. This is God's prayer. And this is indeed, God wants to be Ma'avir al Midotav. God wants to be merciful and overriding God's instinct to retaliate. And the model of how to do that is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is the one who demonstrates through his behavior and his actions that he actually embodies that ability. And then we see here a world in which the recitation of the Amida is less about asking God for something and more about putting up the model of the kind of person that is going to represent the actions we want God to do. Okay, so when you think about choosing the prayer leader for high holidays, or how are we embodying prayer? It's less about what we're saying and more about what kind of person are we? Are we able to set aside our retaliations? And that's going to be sort of a earthly model, as it were, a sort of a lead move in which we hope God will follow, just like God does by releasing the rain in these stories of the fast. Okay, so this is the narrative background to Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu, what I'm arguing here is it's a moment for us to experience a self-check of, am I ma'avir al midotai? Am I somebody who passes over my retaliations like Rabbi Akiva? Or am I holding my grudges like Rabbi Eliezer, in which case I might not be answered? And if I want God to be merciful to me, then perhaps I also need to be merciful to those who I would otherwise want to retaliate against. Okay, in our final few minutes together, I want to look at the use of Avinu and Malkeinu. And both of them are powerful images. Let's look briefly at Avinu. What does it mean to call God Father, our Father? So one of the classic places in which God is called Father is sort of the reverse description in Deuteronomy. We just read this a few weeks ago in the Torah cycle. Banim atem l'Adonai Elohechem. You are children to Adonai, your God. If you're the children, then God is the Father. Okay, so we got a debate about how to interpret this verse. Banim atem l'Adonai Elohechem is what the Torah says. We have a debate between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yehuda says, when you comport yourself as children, you are called children. But when you do not behave as children, then you are not called children. That is to say, Rabbi Yehuda says, you know what? It's all dependent on how you are behaving. Behaving like someone who is the child of God, then you are the child of God. But you can violate that relationship. You can actually break that bond where God is the parent and you're the child if you do the kind of behavior that breaks that bond. That is to say, it's not a forever bond. That's Rabbi Yehuda's opinion. But Rabbi Meir actually goes the other way and says, no, actually, no matter what you do, you're still God's child. God is still your parent, your father. Rabbi Meir says in either instance, you're called children. Then he brings a variety of proof texts in which Israel is criticized, but they're still called children of God in the criticism, right? As in, they are foolish children, children without faith, seed, children of evildoers, perverse children. And instead of being said of them, you are not my people, it will be said of them, children of the living God. In the end, they're going to be banim atem l'Adonai Elohechem. So this is sort of depends on what metaphor you want to take into the high holidays. But when I call God Avinu, if you're Rabbi Yehuda, you're saying, well, God's only my parent if I behave well. But Rabbi Meir is saying, actually, there's something deeper about this relationship that has nothing to do with my behavior, just like a parent-child relationship in real life. No matter how the child behaves, they're always the child of the parent. And that's perhaps the metaphor that we could draw on here. Avinu is calling God, reminding God that we have an unbreakable bond, even if our actions sometimes violate the expectations that God wanted from us. Avinu, you are always in relationship with us, no matter what our behavior is. So that's one rabbinic take on Avinu. I want to look at the rabbinic take on Malkeinu, and to just end with this. Malkeinu, Melech, when we call God a king, in some ways, at least for contemporary Americans, that's a hard image to get behind, right? Because when we think of a king, we think of sort of like a despot, or like the King of England, who we rebelled against as a country. Calling God a king is a hard metaphor sometimes to get behind. And what I want to demonstrate is that, in fact, the king that the rabbis had us call God, that metaphor of calling God a king, was whatever you think a king that is human stands for, God is the opposite. Okay, so if you don't like a human king, then perfect, because God is the opposite of the human king. And I'll just give you a couple of examples of that we'll do to close off. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen one last time. Let's take a look at the end. A king of flesh and blood. If a person has a burn on him, or if a poor person asks after his welfare, it's a degradation to him and he doesn't respond, right? You can imagine if a human king was approached by somebody who is not part of his social class, right? He has a physical mark on him, or he has a socioeconomic mark on him, the king doesn't respond. But God, it's not so. All are accepted by him. And he says, praise me, it's good before me. As it says, it's good to sing to our Lord, right? Everybody has the opportunity to stand before God. It's not dependent on your body or on your social status. Everybody can stand before God. And that way, a human king and God as king are the opposites of each other. So when I'm saying Avinu Malkeinu, when I'm saying the Malkeinu, whatever I think the pettiness of a human king is, the opposite is what I mean when I say God is king. Let's look at another example. We have this word in the book of Psalms, laminatseach, which is a hard word to translate, often translated as for the leader or for the conductor. But laminatseach can also be pronounced another way. Linatseach means to be victorious. And you could pronounce it in the active form, like for the victor. But actually, laminutzach is how this midrash reads it, for the one who is defeated, the one who is vanquished by his creations. Now let's get the comparison. A flesh and blood king, if you defeat him, he's angry, right? Human kings don't like to be beaten. But God is the opposite. Defeat God and God is happy. As it says, therefore God said that God would destroy them had not Moses his chosen one stood before him in the breach. That is to say, Moshe defeats God, arguing on behalf of the children of Israel in order to save them. God is defeated, and God loves it because God didn't want to destroy the Jewish people. So when Moshe defeats God, that's actually a positive thing for God. So this is another example, and there are many examples of this rabbinic literature where a human king is X, God is the opposite of X. God is negative X. So what I'm arguing here is when we say Avinu Malkeinu, the Melech part of God that I'm reciting, when I'm calling God king, whatever hangups I have with human kings, I'm putting those aside and saying God is the opposite. Whatever it means for a person to be a king, God actually embodies the opposite characteristics there. So when I say Avinu, I'm saying we have an unbreakable bond following Rebbe Meir. No matter what my actions are, God is in relationship with me. And when I'm saying Malkeinu, I'm saying whatever pettiness human kings show, God is the opposite. And that's the being that I'm appealing for in this prayer. I want to thank you all for taking the time to study Avinu Malkeinu tonight, and look forward to learning with you more either here or at hadar.org, where I normally teach. Thank you, and turning it back over to Ellen.
Thank you, Rabbi Confer, and Yasher Koach to you. We really enjoyed your teaching. I think I'm going to try to print out the teaching, your source sheet, so I have something that I can look at during services and just add it to my repertoire of learning. So Yasher Koach to you. So it's a pleasure to be with everyone this evening, especially I want to do a little shout out to my Women's League for Conservative Judaism sisters. I'm the Executive Director of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. Jacob introduced me briefly earlier. And I am, something I did twice this week, I'm pinch hitting for somebody who is going to be teaching, and Alana Garber got me, who's one of my best friends. Best friends can do this when you're sitting at the beach, and she's like, can you teach tomorrow night? It's like, this was Friday. I was like, sure, I always have something I could teach. So I'm very proud to be able to teach. I was sitting at the beach with my daughter and son. She's going off to Nativ. On Monday they leave. And this teaching really makes me think about some of the issues that have come up this year that many of us have dealt with because of COVID and the different decisions we have to make because of how we balance our observances and what we need to do in order to live in the real world. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope you could see it. Rabbi Mark, good friend of mine, you see it? Just give me a nod. Okay, good. I'm going to put it on present mode so everyone can see it better. And why was I able to, besides because Alana is one of my closest friends and I needed to help her out here for 10 minutes today, besides introducing, why did I have this prepared so quickly? Because as the Executive Director of Women's League for Conservative Judaism, every day we used to have a session with all of our women throughout North America, starting, I remember the exact day, March 13th, 2020, to give the opportunity for women to, and anybody, to say Kaddish, and we were studying together. So since March, we have completed the entire book of Psalms. We had a siyum. We completed the entire tractate of Pirkei Avot, and we had a siyum. It used to be that we met 6 days a week, not Shabbos, for a half hour, basically, for women to get together across time zones. And if you want to join us, you still can, but we moved it to 5 days. And then once the world's opening up a little more, now we do it 3 days a week. So Tuesdays, I teach Mishnah Rosh Hashanah. I had this crazy idea we'd have a siyum before Rosh Hashanah. We have not gotten that far, so no siyum then. We'll see when we have the siyum. On Tuesdays, our colleague, Rabbi from the Rabbinical Assembly, Rabbi Margie Sella, who is our educational programming director at Women's League coordinator, she teaches Mishlei, Proverbs, and on Fridays we do Parshat Shavua. So let's get to the Mishnah of Rosh Hashanah right now. I just used 3 of my minutes of my 10. So this is the last teaching in chapter 1. I'll read it in English so we're all on the same page. With one caveat beforehand. Mishnah Rosh Hashanah has 35 teachings in it, and 17 of them have to do with Kiddush HaChodesh. What is that? The sanctification of the month. Because back then, they didn't have calendars. They had to figure out when people saw the moon, and people would have to come to the Beit Din, the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem, and give testimony as to whether or not it was the new moon. And then all the holidays were decided. So it was very important to know exactly when the new moon would be. And what could happen if someone happened to see the new moon and it would take them on a journey, that they would be journeying over Shabbat. So it was so important to give the testimony about the new moon, yet they might have to desecrate Shabbat to do that. Or worse, what will happen if they're traveling? So here's this Mishnah. With regard to one who saw the new moon, but is unable to go to Jerusalem by foot because he's sick or has difficulty walking, others may bring him on a donkey or even in a bed, even on Shabbat if necessary. So here's the situation. The person who actually saw the new moon isn't well. He himself, and it was all he's because they didn't have any women giving testimony, couldn't go himself. But he saw, it was so important for everybody else to know the new moon, that it was going to be, that he saw it, the moon. So what would happen? Even if he was sick and he had difficulty walking, someone else could actually desecrate Shabbat and be able to carry him on a bed or a donkey. And if the witnesses are concerned that bandits may be lying in wait for them along the road, they may take clubs or other weapons in their hands, even on Shabbat. So what's here? Now we're saying, okay, so they can travel, and you can almost hear somebody in between saying, but what happens when they're traveling and it's dark out and there are people who want to attack them? They're bandits on the way. How will they defend themselves while they're walking? Well, they said they could even desecrate Shabbat by carrying a weapon with them, the Mishnah says, and the Gemara is going to go into it further about what actually happens. You could carry something in your hand to defend yourself. So now you can carry and you can also travel. And if it was a long journey to Jerusalem, they may take sustenance with them, although it's ordinarily prohibited to carry on Shabbat, since for a distance of a walk of a night and a day, the witness may desecrate Shabbat and go out to give testimony to determine the start of the month. So now that you can hear someone saying in between these comments, like a question of, okay, so they're traveling a long time, they can carry weapons if someone attacks them, but what about food? You get hungry. If you're going to maintain they didn't have cars to go. They were going to go for a really long time. It's hot, possibly. It's a desert area. Could they carry food? And they said, even that they could do. They could carry food. So then you need a text to prove it. This is as it is stated in Leviticus chapter 23. These are the festivals of the Lord, sacred gatherings, which you shall declare in their seasons. Why are they doing all this? Someone might be asking. Because it's so important to decide the new moon that we need to know when all the holidays are going to be. That's why you can do this. This teaches that in all cases, the festivals must be fixed at their proper times, even if it entails the transgression of Torah prohibitions. So that's a big statement there, saying that even you can desecrate and not do certain things in the Torah to transgress Torah prohibitions, because it's so important to know when the holidays are going to be. So this is an ancient text that our women studied this week with me at Makom B'Yachad with Women's League. And I wanted to bring it here because it really teaches us a number of things that many of us might be dealing with. Some of them are comparisons and some of them are slightly different. In this day and age, we're thinking about different things that we need to do in life that are mitzvot, but we might need to do things a little differently. So for example, many of us are the conservative movement. We're very grateful. I'm on the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards, has said in the Shat HaDachak, in the pressing hour, you can have a service on Zoom. Now, some might say, I told you earlier, my daughter's leaving on Nativ, and many of you might have children or grandchildren or people in your community leaving on Nativ, our gap year program in Israel, on Monday. And now it's a rule that you need to actually get your COVID test 72 hours beforehand. So quite honestly, it's a mitzvah to visit Israel. It's a mitzvah for these children to live in Israel, these young adults, to live in Israel for a year. So what do you do if you have to have your COVID test 72 hours? There's no guarantee those 24, 48-hour tests are going to come in. Can you actually do something on Shabbat to perpetuate you visiting Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel, Medinat Yisrael, the state of Israel? How many of us have had to do things because of that? Think of it more so, pikuach nefesh, for your health. I spoke to someone last week that said in order for her to have her surgery done, she needed to have a COVID test 72 hours before. And when was that? That was Shabbat. But it was pikuach nefesh for her to have to go to get the COVID test. This Mishnah is teaching us here that in ancient times, in order to do certain mitzvot, and I know it might be radical for me to say that pikuach nefesh, taking care of yourself, is a mitzvah. Visiting the land of Israel, studying in the land of Israel is a mitzvah. But sometimes in the modern life, you have to do some things that you don't usually do. You might say it's transgressing Shabbat. But our ancient ancestors had to do that too. They're saying in this Mishnah that because it was so important to testify to the new moon, that they were able to travel on Shabbat. They were able to carry on Shabbat. This is like radical, in my opinion, to then see how these ancient texts are saying certain things that we are dealing with today. That modern life, and we might look at these texts and say, oh, what do they mean to me now? But truly, they mean so much, and they're applicable to today. We have so many things going on now that we would have never thought about. Who would have thought that in order to visit the lands of Israel, in order to get a test, an operation, you'd have to make these decisions. Do I go to the hospital? Do I go to the doctor for a simple test on Shabbat? Can I carry things with me on Shabbat? And this Mishnah is saying, you know what? Yes, in ancient times, they would carry things to defend themselves so that they could go and testify for Shabbat, for the new moon, to be able to celebrate our holidays. So we should really look at it also, and I need to wrap up because I need to introduce our next speaker, that we're blessed today. Who has to look anywhere to know if there's a new moon? You just pick up, I don't know if you're going to see in my virtual background, a calendar diary from Women's League or the calendar from United Synagogue. You can't see it with my virtual background, sorry. We don't have to go out and have people testify yet anymore about the new moon because we have our calendars, how things have changed and how things are also the same. So I do know that there are a number of comments in the chat. I'm going to try to look at them at the same time as getting back to my screen so I can introduce our next speaker. And give me just one moment. It is such a pleasure to be here this evening. I looked around the screen to see who was here, and I see many of my women and my sisters from Women's League and my people who I share the congregation with as a congregant at the Congregation Torah El in Oakhurst. And I am hoping that I have not looked yet, but that Rabbi Paul Kerbel, our next speaker, is on as well.
He's here.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you to Ilana Garber, Rabbi Ilana Garber, who you just heard her voice, who has put this all together. So Yasher Koach to you. So Rabbi Paul Kerbel is from Temple Beth El Mekor Chaim. He's a rabbi in Cranford, New Jersey. He's thrilled to return to teach at his second Selihot night live, beginning his 37th year of rabbinic service and third year as rabbi of Temple Beth El Mekor Chaim. Paul serves as a member of the steering committee of the Jewish Federation of Metro West's New Rabbinic Roundtable, as a member of the New York, New Jersey Region Advisory Board of the Anti-Defamation League, and the Global Community Committee of UJA Federation of New York. A member of the Board of Governors of the New York Board of Rabbis, Rabbi Kerbel serves as Rabbinic Campaign Chair of the Schechter Institutes of Jerusalem in Tel Aviv, one of Israel's leading Judaic and academic institutions of higher learning. And we look forward to having Rabbi Kerbel teach us this evening on the topic of casting away your sins, tashlich, in the Jewish tradition.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Thank you, Rabbi Alana, for arranging this beautiful evening. Shavua Tov to everyone, Shana Tova, and I wish everyone K'tiva v'chatima Tova. I hope everyone has a very meaningful holiday. This has been a difficult 18 months for us, and we're still not out of it, but we have hope, and we look forward to the promise of a new year. So my job in the next 27 minutes is to tell you everything you want to know about Tashlich. I'll start with a little parody of the Brady Bunch. Here's a story of a crazy Jewish people who throws bread to fish in the sea. And that's what we do. We throw bread into the water on Tashlich, and I would like to share with you a little bit of learning about Tashlich and why we do it. First, to start off, we have to understand the role that water plays in the Jewish tradition. And I only need to share with you just a few lines from a wonderful book that was published a couple of years ago. It's been shared, I think, by JNF and by APAC. Let There Be Water by Seth Siegel, who's a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. This is what he says in his book about the role that Israel plays with water. Although most of the Jews in Israel today are not strict in their religious observance, culture and tradition are enduring phenomena. The religious culture that carried the Jewish people for 2,000 years from exile to national rebirth is filled with reverence for water in the form of rain and dew. These water-focused scriptural episodes aren't outliers. Linguistically, the Hebrew Bible is a moisture-suffused document. The word dew is mentioned 35 times. The word flood is mentioned 61 times. And the word cloud shows up 130 times. The word water itself is found 600 times in the Hebrew Bible. I believe it was Rabbi Arthur Waskow in his book, Seasons of Our Joy, that helps to bring Tashlich and water into focus at this time of year. He notes in his book that the High Holy Days is bracketed by stories of water and by stories of casting. The first story that we read in the Torah reading on the first day of Rosh Hashanah is what? The casting out of Hagar and Ishmael out of the home, and the issue relating to having enough water. And of course, God hears the cry of the boy where he is, and then opens Hagar's eyes. God doesn't create a well out of nothing. The well is there. It's just as one of the many themes and messages of the High Holy Days. Sometimes we can't see what's in front of us, but the casting of Hagar out of the home begins our High Holy Days. And then on Yom Kippur, of course, we read the story of Jonah and several castings, his being cast, hurled into the water when the people on the boat realize that the storm is all because of Jonah. And then in his own prayer in chapter 2 of the book of Jonah, the word Tashlich appears. We also have in the middle of the High Holy Days, the beautiful Haftarah. It's the only time, right, I believe in our tradition, that we have selections from 3 prophets in one Haftarah, one of which we will look at in a few moments. So tonight I'd like to share with you some of the amazing things about Tashlich. The first thing I want you to all know is the importance of the power of us, the people, because the rabbis in the Middle Ages did not love the custom. Many of them did not love the custom of Tashlich. There is another custom that they didn't like as well, many rabbis, and that is the custom of having Yizkor on Yom Kippur and at the end of each of the holidays. Why for Yizkor was there a problem? Because it was Zman Simchat Torah. It was supposed to be happy, joyous celebrations, and Yizkor, of course, puts a damper in that mood. But with Tashlich, I think we can all figure out what the issue is. Some of the rabbis didn't like the mitzvah of, or the custom of Tashlich, because we would spend more time worrying about the bread and the water and less time doing actual teshuvah and thinking about how to be better people. One of the major sources on the history of Tashlich is a paper here, which I had copied many years ago as a young rabbi visiting the Jewish Theological Seminary library, which I did at least once or twice a year for all the years of my rabbinate until recently the library was out of commission. And this is a paper by Professor Jacob Lauterbach. It appeared in the Hebrew Union College Annual of 1936, and it's a 140-day paper, 140-page paper on the customs of Tashlich. So Professor Lauterbach did a lot of research into this from Hebrew Union College. And one of the things he tells us, where does this come from, is that the mitzvah, the custom of doing Tashlich, began in the Middle Ages in Europe. It was customary, according to his research, for Jews. Most of our Jewish communities were on bodies of water. Why? Because if you can't live in the land of Israel, then the next holiest place is a body of water. We all know the importance of purity, ritual purity in our tradition, of mikvah, and water is considered to be an important place to live next to. And so Jews lived often by seas and by rivers. And he noted that it was a custom in many communities, especially in Germany, to go down to a body of water for each of the holidays. It wasn't just for Rosh Hashanah. And that there was a custom when children were inaugurated into their Torah study at the age of 5, to have a ceremony in the synagogue and then go down to one of the rivers in Germany, call it baptism, call it just going down to a body of water, but to inaugurate their study into Torah study. So what happened was the visit to the water of most of our major festivals got condensed into Tashlich and became a very popular thing. And one of the sources on the source sheet that that will be shared with you in a moment is the first mention is the Maharil, Rabbi Yaakov ben Moshe Levi Molin, who lived in the 15th century and was a rabbi in Mainz, Germany, and he's the first to mention this custom. So let's look at the sources, if they can be put up for me. And we will see in our sources.
Paul,
yes.
You can share it if you'd like, or we put the link in the chat for everybody.
Okay. So if you would like to look at it, you can access the things. Because we have such limited time, I just want to share a few of the basic ideas with you. And also, if you have a Eitz Chaim Chumash, you can follow along. But of course, the sources for Tashlich, Casting Out Hagar, page 114, chapter 21, the Torah reading for Rosh Hashanah, casting out the slave woman, from beforehand, the issue of water. And we also have the story, which is the Maftir Torah reading for the first day of Rosh Hashanah, of the dispute between Abraham and Avimelech over a well of water. So water is a very important theme here in our Torah readings for Rosh Hashanah. I'd like to also point out to you that the word Tashlich appears a number of times in our tradition, in the book of Jonah and in the prophet Micha. And so if you'll look at So if you'd like to look at the book of Jonah, you'll see the beautiful, I mean, just this amazing story, right? What does Jonah do? He's asked to go to Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, which is to his east. And what does he do? He goes down to Jaffa and heads in the opposite direction. He gets on a ship in Jaffa, one of the most ancient port cities in the world, and a storm envelops only the ship. And everyone is praying to God except for guess who? Jonah. And the captain and the sailors ask him, well, who are you? And he goes, I think this is because of me, because I'm running away from God. And he says to them, I'm a Hebrew. I worship the Lord, the God of heaven, who made both the seas and the land. And Jonah then tells them to cast him off the ship. V'hatilenu el hayam v'yishtok hayam. You must heave me overboard and the sea will come down for you, for I know this terrible storm came upon my account. And then if we look further into the book of Jonah, we read the song that Jonah sings within the Dag Hagadol, the big fish. And he says, Karati mitzarali et Adonai v'yaneni mibeten sheol shavati shamata koli v'tashlicheni. The word tashlich, v'tashlichenu mitzula. You cast me into the depths, into the heart of the sea. And so the word tashlich appears here, and then again later on in the prophet Micha. So what is tashlich? The custom is, of course, to go down to a body of water, preferably a free-flowing body of water on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. If the first day of Rosh Hashanah is Shabbat, in most communities, tashlich is performed on day 2, but it's my understanding today that most people feel that if you can't do tashlich on Rosh Hashanah on the first 2 days, anytime up until Yom Kippur, you can do tashlich, just like at our congregation in Marietta, Georgia. We went down to the park near the synagogue during one of our preschool days and had a beautiful tashlich with our children between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Now, what happens if you don't have water? In Jerusalem and in Egypt, by the way, tashlich was always observed on the first day, even when it fell on Shabbat. In Jerusalem, where there are no lakes and rivers, right, where do you think they went? They went to the cisterns, right, around the old city. In Safat, there's no water around Safat. What do? They look down at Hagalil, the Sea of Galilee, the Kinneret, and just look at the water and fulfill tashlich that way. And the Jews of Yemen observe tashlich at the mikvah, and Kurdish Jews actually leapt into the water, right? Most places you would be arrested if you tried to leap into a fountain or a pond or whatever. And the Hasidim in Galicia set little floats of straw onto the water and set them afire with candles and rejoice as their sins were either burned or washed away. So our custom is on Rosh Hashanah afternoon to go down to a body of water, to bring some bread with us and to recite some of the prayers. Among the most famous is in the Haftarah for Shabbat Shuvah, the Shabbat of repentance, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which we'll look at in a moment, and to recite a variety of other psalms. Now, some people, actually some of the rabbis say you don't really bring a loaf of bread, you just put some crumbs in your pocket and you open your pockets inside out and dangle them into the water. What is the reason why tashlich was done at a river? It was preferable to have a river with, as I mentioned before, free-flowing water with fish in it. And among the many customs is, since the eyes of fish never close, they symbolize the unblinking eyes of God reviewing our behavior. The fish thereby serve as witnesses of our repentance and represent the presence of God. We are also compared to fish caught in a net, because just as fish are sometimes caught in a net, we are caught on Rosh Hashanah in the Unatana Tokef prayer, right, with a God between the seat of justice and mercy. La'el Oreach Din, one of our beautiful piyutim. The custom was in earlier times to recite it one day in the Shacharit and one day in the Musaf, because we didn't know, according to the Talmud, God spends part of the day right on the kisei, on the throne of justice, and part of the day on the throne of mercy. We weren't sure exactly when God switches from one throne to the other. So in some communities, you recited Le'el Oreach Din about our judge and being judged at different parts of the service. And so we are caught in a net of judgment, and we gaze at the river to contemplate our repentance. And finally, a fish's fate, precarious and uncertain, reflects our own vulnerabilities and help us to get into the mood for repentance. We shake out our pockets as a means of transferring our sins to the fish. I think it's also important to point out the connection between Tashlich on Rosh Hashanah and Pesach. What do we do on Pesach with our bread? It's forbidden. We are supposed to rid it of our homes. We are supposed to physically remove chametz from our homes for Pesach. I would like to suggest that the taking of bread down to a body of water is getting rid of our spiritual chametz. We are getting rid of our boastfulness and our inability to change and think about how we can be better people, and go down to a body of water and help to begin the process of repentance. One of the beautiful midrashim, which may have been the source of the custom of Tashlich, is in the Midrash Tanhuma, and it is about how just as Abraham was going up the mountain to bring Isaac as a sacrifice, Satan does not want Abraham to be able to fulfill the mitzvah that he believes that God has commanded to him. And so as Abraham is about to cross over a body of water, Satan makes it flow so heavily that Abraham can't get across. And he cries out to God because he wants to fulfill the commandment. What should he do? And thereupon in the Midrash, God orders the waters to recede, and Abraham continues on his way. Abraham's dedication to doing this mitzvah is seen as the true test, not the actual binding of Isaac on the altar. I'd like for you to turn now to the book of Jonah. And if you look in your Chumash, or if you are able to open the source sheets, one of the main sources of the word Tashlich appears. It's in the Eitz Chaim Chumash on page 1239. Prophet Micha, chapter 7, verse 18. Mi el kamocha nosei avon. Who is a God like you, forgiving iniquity? Ve'over al pesha, lisherit nachlato. And remitting transgression, who has not maintained his wrath forever. And in the course of the Haftarah, we say, B'tashlich bimsulot yam. You will hurl, O God, all of our sins into the depths of the sea. You will keep faith with Jacob, loyalty to Abraham, as you promised. Asher nishbata la'avotenu mimei kedem, as you promised on oath to our fathers in days gone by. Tashlich is an opportunity for us to celebrate the potential to change our ways. We are not doomed to do the same thing forever. We have an opportunity to actualize our prayers on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur by going down to a river and sharing the opportunity of repentance. I'd like to conclude with a beautiful poem by Rabbi Herschel Jonah Mad, which was published in the Reconstructionist magazine many years ago, which incorporates many of the things I've shared with you today. Rabbi Matt wrote, standing by the water, emptying our pockets of the remaining crumbs of sin, we turn to you, O God, creator of heaven and earth, creator of the water, we pour out like water the confession of our sin. Hear our prayer, and tashlich, cast all of our sins into the ocean's depths. As you appeared to grieving exiled Hagar, who in desperation had cast her thirsting child under the bushes, and assured her at the well of water that you, the living God, look mercifully upon the afflicted, look upon us in our affliction, and tashlich, cast all of our sins into the ocean depths. As Abraham and Isaac, on their way to Mount Moriah, confronted by an impassable river, the guise that Satan took to deter them from fulfilling the command of your dreaded test, march boldly into the water, so strengthen our faith and our trust that we may pass whatever test you set for us, O God. Tashlich, cast all of our sins into the ocean depths. As you sustained our people Israel, your people Israel, with the never-failing well of water that accompanied them through Miriam's merit in their desert wanderings, so save us and sustain us with your living water, and tashlich, cast all of our sins into the ocean depths. As fish in water are ever in danger of being caught and then devoured, so are we in peril constantly. Tashlich, cast all of our sins into the ocean depths. Let these waters be a token of your covenant promise. As I swore that Noah's waters never again would flood the earth, so I swear that I will not be angry with you or rebuke you. For though the mountains may move and the hills may be shaken, my steadfast love shall never move from you, O people of Israel, nor my covenant of shalom be shaken. Says Hashem, your compassionate one. So, tashlich, cast all of your sins into the ocean depths. As we gather on Rosh Hashanah, or whenever we are able to observe the custom of tashlich, let us remember that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to personalize our own teshuvah and share how we can change in the coming year. And know that the power of the people, with rabbis who in the Middle Ages did not love this custom, but the power of our desire to be with community, to gather as a group by a body of water, can help to transform our lives and make Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, our 10 days of repentance so meaningful for all of us. Shana Tova to everyone, and I think if there's opportunity for people to ask questions, I'm happy to answer or try to answer them. By the way, I think Ned is on. I want to point out this beautiful Tashlich postcard that was prepared in 2004 from United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism. I'd love to see us reproduce this for the future. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing to bring down to Tashlich for everyone.
Thank you, Rabbi Kerbel. One question that Juliana Goldberg asked is, do we throw the breadcrumbs before or after saying the Tashlich prayers?
Well, usually in Judaism, we say our prayers first, and then we do the action, right? Hamotzi, we say Hamotzi, and then we eat the challah. We say the prayer over the wine, and then we drink the wine. So I would suggest, and what I've seen, although I'm not sure that there's a halacha on this, is that we say our prayers first, and then throw some breadcrumbs into the water, but also take a few moments of personal reflection and quiet, moments of silence to think about how we can change in the coming year. Thanks for the great question.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions in the chat. If people do have questions, the easiest way, instead of scrolling through 9 pages of our pictures here, is to use the hand raise signal if you have any other questions.
There was one question there, Rabbi Ellen, there was a question about, is it more important to have free-flowing water or fish? So, if you have a lake or a river that, that usually would have fish in them, I think that's more appropriate. If the only lake near you is a man-made lake or, something in a built community, planned community, you can certainly use it. Luckily, right down the street from my congregation, Cranford, is the great mighty Rahway River, which luckily didn't flood last week during Henry. It hurt our synagogue many years ago. flooded our basement. But there is the Rahway River, and we go down to a very nice waterfall there. And I've been fortunate, I think everywhere I've lived, to have a body of water close by to walk to. But I think the important thing is just that you try to do the mitzvah, even if it's not perfect.
And another question was if you can use a koi pond.
Sure.
If you can't travel during COVID.
If you can, whatever you have available. As I mentioned earlier, in Sfat, they just simply look down to the Sea of Galilee. So you have to make do with what situation you have.
Alex, sorry, quick question. Would you be able to send me the prayer that you just read, and I'll make it into a link that I can send to everyone?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Email it.
Unfortunately, I'm happy to share it. It was from Reconstructionist magazine. I don't have the detail on what year, but I'm happy to share this from Rabbi Matt. It's a lovely, lovely poem, which I give out at my Tashlich service. So happy to share. Thank you, Rabbi Ilana.
Thanks. It looks like we have a hand.
Yeah. And whatever's available could mean an indoor plumbing system, someone asked.
You know what? So we're going to do a little program on the first day of religious school with our Gan Katan, our youngest children, and we're going to have a wading pool from someone's backyard. So, whatever works for people, whatever is available to you.
And Chava has her hand up. If you wanted to unmute yourself and ask a question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Me growing up, I got this impression about Tashlich that the idea was to empty the pockets after a whole year of, crumbs and stuff that were accumulating there from over the year and they were not clean anymore. And the symbol was like, you empty, you turn over to the other side, your pockets, and you get rid of whatever was accumulating there and being not clean. But here I see they're bringing fresh bread to the river and to the body of water and throwing to the fish. So I don't understand where did this, this was new to me when I came to America. So if you can, I don't understand why you have these two things.
Yeah, I think the custom just kind of expanded from what you experienced and what I know Rabbi Kitov in his book on the festivals talks about, also just emptying crumbs from your pockets. But it reminds me of a wonderful story that Blue Greenberg wrote in her book, How to Run a Jewish Household, 30-something years ago. And she said she always checked her husband's and children's suits from shul, because a lot of us, if we go to Kiddush, we bring a brownie, we take a brownie, and so we all accumulate crumbs in our clothes, whether it's Pesach or Rosh Hashanah. So whenever my wife Melissa is cleaning out something and finds something in an unusual place, we think of that Blue Greenberg story to make sure you check your suit pockets, and certainly it's true for Rosh Hashanah as well.
So Rabbi Kerbel, thank you so much for educating us this evening about Tashlich. It brought back fantastic memories of my Tashlich experiences in different places, such as my year in Jerusalem at the Schechter Institutes, which didn't have water, obviously, in Jerusalem. So during the Aser Yemei Tshuva, I went with one of my classmates to the Tel Aviv beach, and it was just wonderful. And thank you for that. And I'll keep in mind a lot of what you taught when our community does Tashlich this year. So Yasher Koach to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Rabbi Ilana, I'll also share with you an essay I wrote on Tashlich if you'd like to share that with everybody.
Will do. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Shana Tova to everybody.
Shana Tova. And now it's my pleasure to welcome all of our West Coast family and friends and who are joining us now. That Shabbat is over there. Shavua Tov to you. And we will, those who have been here at the beginning, we heard Havdalah, but now we have many who are joining us from the West Coast. So we have Havdalah and Nigun and Nourishment with a group, Rabbis Adam Kligfeld, Rebecca Schatz. We're not ready yet. Okay.
Almost.
Almost. and Rabbi Cantor Hillary Chorney and Ziegler interns. So Rabbi Adam Kligfeld has served as senior rabbi of Temple Beth Am in Los Angeles since 2009, a graduate of Columbia with a degree in history and psychology, and a graduate of JTS's rabbinical school. Adam first served in Monroe, New York for 9 years before moving to Los Angeles. His most recent work, in addition to shepherding a campus overhaul that saw the community dedicate an award-winning light-filled in the Round Sanctuary in 2019, has focused on interfaith relationship building, mostly with local Muslim communities and most recently with local Black church communities, as well as integrating Jewish thought, practice, and nomenclature into meditation and mindfulness forms and practices that stem from the Eastern faith and cultural traditions. He's married to Chavi, a couples therapist in private practice, and the proud father to Noah, who many of us might know as a former USY international president, Aiden and Lev. He's an avid Yankee fan, an avid biker, and an avid and new dog owner. And many of us know him from school as just Kligfeld. So it's good to have him here this evening. Rabbi Cantor Hillary Chorney is the cantor of Temple Beth Am in Los Angeles, California. She completed her cantorial investiture, rabbinical ordination, and a master's degree in sacred music at the Jewish Theological Seminary before joining the staff of Temple Beth Am in August 2014. And she has a long bio here. I'm going to read parts of it. For several years, she co-produced the Sacred Sounds Unbound concert series with Jewish music artists and the Kol Tefillah Conference on Prayer Experiences with the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism. She's the newest officer of the Cantors Assembly, and she's an instructor for first-year students at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies. She's an avid writer and is currently enrolled in UCLA's extension program for a certificate in creative nonfiction writing. She serves on the advisory board of the Jewish Sacred Music Foundation, and she and her husband, Rabbi Daniel Chorney, met in Israel and continue and enjoy learning together with their 2 children, Ella and Yossi. So it's really a pleasure to have all of you here this evening. You can see their community right there, and welcome, and it's all yours.
Eftach velo ki yozi vezimrad ya Adonai vayehi li lishua Ushaftem besason mimayne ya Yeshua Adonai ya Yeshua Alamcha birchatecha sela Adonai tzvaodim anu Miskav lanu Elohei Yaakov sela Adonai tzvaot Ashrei Adam b'tei ba Adonai Yoshia Hamelech Yaneinu v'yom koreinu La Yehudim Hayta ora V'simcha v'sason V'yikar Kein tiyeh lanu Kos Yeshuot esa V'shem Adonai ekra Adonai Oh, Adonai Adonai Hey, Adonai Oh, Adonai Adonai Adonai
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei vesamim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Borei meorei ha'esh. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil ben kodesh lechol ben or lechoshech ben Yisrael le'amim ben yom hashvi'i le'sheshet yamei hamaseh. Baruch ata Adonai hamavdil ben kodesh lechol. המבדיל בין קודש לחול, חטאותינו ימחול. שרינו וחסדינו ירבה ירבה כוחו, וככוכבים בלילה. שרינו וחסדינו ירבה ירבה כוחו, וככוכבים בלילה. שבוע טוב, 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 שבוע טוב. אליהו הנביא, אליהו התשבי, אליהו הנביא, אליהו, אליהו התשבי, הנביא, אליהו. במהרה יבוא אלינו עם משיח בן דוד, במהרה יבוא אלינו עם משיח, משיח ננאי ינאי ינאי Shavua Tov.
Shavua Tov, everyone.
We want to invite people to either bring chairs to where you're standing now, or stand where you're standing now, or turn to your seats if you feel more comfortable sitting at a distance. We're going to take some seats where we are now to begin Nigun and nourishment. We want to say hello to people who are joining us from across our community and from across the world. This is a part of a Masorti movement event. And in just a moment, we are going to begin the Nigun part of that nourishment altogether.
Want to wish a Shavua Tov. Does people hear me on this? Yeah. I want to Shavua Tov. Thank you for raising the volume to three categories, three groups of people. As we've gotten used to a digital religious experience throughout COVID, the most challenging version of that is a hybrid where you have real life human beings in three dimensions in your presence, and then you have a community that you want to feel connected to, and you want them to feel connected to you on the screen. And we have both our Beth Am community and family represented on one Zoom stream, and then those of you around the country and perhaps the world who are linking in through the Masorti movement, the conservative movements, kind of worldwide Slichot experience. From wherever you're joining us, we welcome you to our field outside Temple Beth Am in Los Angeles, California. The next hour is going to be something that our team here has dubbed, created, nigun and nourishment. It's alliterative, and alliteration is always a good thing. And we created it in the midst. We created it in the midst of the pandemic, really at the very beginning of it, when we sensed that people were obviously lacking contact with each other and feeling alone and desperate. And we really do believe in the power of a beautifully shared nigun, a tune without words, adding to it words and layers of harmony and wisdom from the tradition, and some moments of mindfulness that allow us to center ourselves, and at least for a second or two, keep the chaos at bay. And so as we head into a very important season, and the liturgy of the Slichot and the music of the Slichot is going to introduce us to that, we're going to spend this hour or so just fulfilling our needs as yearning human beings, needs that are often met sometimes by the simple articulation and the simple singing of a tune. Our theme tonight, taken from Psalm 27, is Shifti B'Beit Adonai. I sit in the house of God. We know enough about our religious life to know that a house of God is way more than a sanctuary, way more than a room, way more than a physical structure. Wherever we go, we're at least invited to imagine the Dalet Amot, the 4 cubits that we inhabit in that moment, as a Beit Adonai, a house of God. And we're also invited to ask ourselves, who are we and who are we differently if we imagine that the place we are in is a Beit Hashem? Do we act differently, more lofty, more attuned with our values, if we experience our reality as one that is perpetually in the house of God, in the presence of God? And so we're delighted that you're all with us. And if you're not in person, that does not mean you ought not sing. We won't hear you, but we'll sense you. And we can therefore spill out our harmonies across time zones and geographic borders, and we can join together as one. And so once more, we'll join together as one in this nigun that we began with.
Shavua Tov. It's a little dark, so I hope I can read that. I wanted to share a few words about the days of old. Surprise, you didn't think that you would hear something on Elul not about the days of old. Rosh Hashanah symbolizes, arguably, the hope that the plea that we utter on Tisha B'Av, when we mourn the loss of Jerusalem, will be fulfilled. Ki im ma'as mastanu kafatzta aleinu ad me'ot, hashivenu Adonai elecha venashuva chadesh yameinu kekedem. For truly you have rejected us, bitterly raged against us. Take us back, O Lord, to yourself, and let us come back, renew our days of old. Those are the last lines in Eicha. In this week's Parsha, which we just opened tonight, Nitzavim, the Haftorah, the last of the 7 Haftorot of consolation, ends with B'chol tzaratam tzar umalach panav hoshiam be'ahavato ufremlato hu ga'alam ve'yinatlam ve'yinasam kol yamei olam. In all their troubles, he was troubled, and the angel of his presence delivered them. In his love and pity, he himself redeemed them, raised them, and exalted them all the days of old. Despite these triumphant words in Isaiah 63, we still utter pleas on Rosh Hashanah to be taken back, to be inscribed in the book of life. But the mood is optimistic, almost joyful, definitely hopeful. The days of old are in reach. While the Hebrew in these two quotes is different, the one says Yameinu kekedem and the other one is Kol Yamei Olam, the English generally translates both instances as days of old. And no matter whether you feel very knowledgeable of Judaism or really not that much, the term days of old will likely sound familiar. Either because you know it from the end of the weekly Torah service, or from the high holidays, or from Tisha B'Av, or, and maybe more importantly, because it steers you up. It resonates. even if you can't make immediate sense of it and explain what does that mean, renew the days of old. In fact, in our times, we may actually have an immediate association. Days of old, the days before the pandemic, the days when things seemed easier, or in general, the good old days. Can God not bring us back to them? Can't they just return? For those of us who also celebrate the new Gregorian or secular year, we know it's a time marked with resolutions to change, to begin something new, to leave behind the old days. In the Jewish liturgy, we also want that, renew ourselves, become better versions of ourselves, reflect on what we want to change. And yet, the sense which the days of old convey is more than a straight one-way street of no return and no looking back. Renewing in Judaism means valuing the old, continuing something that has been there before and has been forgotten, neglected, that can be a pact with God, with friends, with loved ones, with commitments. On one level, as indicated by the two quotes above, renewing the days of old can mean the return to Jerusalem, open to interpretation what that might mean to each of you. It can mean the return to God and to a way of life inspired by Torah. It can mean the return to feeling at peace with ourselves, whole, in a place where we want to be physically, emotionally, and religiously. It's the desire to go back in order to go forward. In US American imagery, the journey to the West is the one journey toward self-fulfillment. The journey to the new I, the better life. Westward is the way to go, to leave behind old selves, the old country. Yet in Hebrew, one word for moving forward is kadima. And as the words of Israel's anthem say, Ulefate Mizrach kadima, Ein Letzion Tzofia. As long as forward to the east, to Zion looks the eye, we have not lost our hope. In High Holiday liturgy, looking forward is looking to the east, to Jerusalem, to the days of old, Kekedem, Kadima, it's the same root. Judaism is a cycle. We go through the Torah and then we start again. But it's never exactly the same. We turn it and we turn it and we turn it. We renew and preserve by giving it new life, backed up by the reassurance that before and after us, Jews around the world have found comfort and strength in doing the same, in not abandoning what was. The days of old are our days right now. The days of old are in the future.
Achat sha'alti met Adonai ota avakesh. Shivti bebeit Adonai kol yemei chayai lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beheichalo lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beheichalo achat sha'alti met Adonai ota avakesh. Achat sha'alti met Adonai ota avakesh. Shivti bebeit Adonai
being ready for Tishrei. Being ready for Tishrei means something different to every one of us. There's so much preparation time that's built into lots of Jewish holidays. Hachanat Shabbat, from the time maybe we're lucky to be campers, we're given extra time to go back to our bunks and prepare the space for Shabbat every week. Pesach. We take so much time for Pesach. Pesach preparation starts now.
This week's parsha.
But Tishrei, how do we prepare for Tishrei? The trajectory tonight as we nourish ourselves is this sense of going from distance to intimacy with the divine. And we feel ourselves called into that place, into all the different homes that are described in Psalm 27, into Beit Adonai, into the Sukkah, into the tents. And we go all the way from there, you'll feel us walking into the Sha'ar, into God's gates, into God's hands, through the music we're about to share with you, all of that. But somehow every year I feel unprepared. And maybe it's the chazan in me, but I attribute it in part to the missing Mevarchim HaChodesh, to the missing blessing of the month, because we don't announce it, Mipnei Satan, because we're not supposed to let the force in the universe that might bring some sort of might shake. We're not supposed to bring that into our midst, and so we don't announce the world. That's what we say. But in fact, I think we're just never ready for Tishrei. And that's okay, because what I want to say before we herald in this opening of the gates, which, by the way, will stay open until Hoshana Rabbah, while we still do this psalm. Before we say, P'tach lanu shar, open up these gates to us, I want to say, Jewish time is such that it happens to us whether we like it or not. And we are invited to be actors in this system. We become partners with God, who cannot possibly be Hamotzi Lechem Min Haaretz. Our brachot and other pieces of our Jewish tradition, our liturgy, that remind us that Shabbat will happen whether we do it or not, and Tishrei will happen whether we are ready for it or not. But let's not just walk into Tishrei. Let's throw open the gates to Tishrei. Let's welcome Tishrei. Let's prepare ourselves for Tishrei. Let's be here. Let's walk into it present together. So we'll sing together. Open up these gates. P'tach lanu shar, P'tach lanu shar, P'tach lanu shar, P'tach
I want to invite you to close your eyes. And wherever you are, whether you're seated here with us on the field or in your home, intentionally orient yourself in whatever chair or couch or seat you're on, so it's not an accidental sitting, it's a Shivti Beveit Adonai. Sit as one should sit in a house of God. Allow the quiet that is created to penetrate you. There will still be sounds on the periphery. We cannot escape them, but we can make them less relevant to our experience. If you haven't already, place your feet flat on the floor in front of you to feel yet more grounded to the earth that houses us. And try to render your entire body like a weeping willow, where your spine is the trunk, doing all the work to hold you up. And everything else, a delightful hang and sag, releasing all the tension that we hold without even realizing it. If you can, adjust your breathing so it's in through your nose and out through your mouth, with the out-breath being slightly longer than the in-breath, so that even breathing is an act of generosity to those around you and to the world itself, giving a little more than you're taking. And using the tremendous powers of your mind, which can create worlds inside your own consciousness, I want you both to be very aware of where you are sitting in whatever space you're in, but also extract yourself from your actual locus and place yourself in front of a grand gate. Don't just think it, see yourself standing in front of it. Without even trying, your mind created some scene. You can see the size of the gate, the shape, the contours of the doors. You don't know why your mind created that image, but it must have had a reason. And as you see yourself standing in front of this gate, who or what is beyond it? If you see yourself saying, P'tach lanu shar, P'tach li shar, open this gate for me. To what? To whom? Is there a person waiting for you on the other side? An experience that will meet a certain need? Is it a different version of you that's only across that threshold? Is it the Holy One? Just watch yourself standing for a moment, addressing whatever or whoever is beyond, imagining what it feels like to ask that a gate be opened. Sha'ar niftach. The gate is opened. Imagine yourself standing before a gate that was closed that is now opening in front of you, and you step forward, and you're alert and aware of many emotions that are present. Gratitude that you're there. Nervousness as to what will come next. Regret. Was it better on this side of the gate? Wonder. Awe. Curiosity. Exultation. Assent. Sweetness. Fear. Possibility. We are at the precipice of a season of gates and seeing the potential inside our very selves to be the forces that open it and claim what's on the other side. Perhaps with the Spirit of God within us. Petach lanu shar, petach lanu shar, petach lanu shar, petach lanu shar, shar niftach, shar niftach, shar niftach. Veitishan ve'ayira, ve'iruchi geviati, Adonai li velo ira, ve'iruchi geviati, Adonai li velo ira. Ve'ado avkiruchi, ve'etish
into God's hands, I place my soul. What an image. We are taking our soul, our life force, and asking God to just take care of it for a while. We are entrusting this fragile, delicate existence of ours to God, directly in God's hand. In the morning, we thank God for returning it to us during Moda Ani. We know that this return is never guaranteed. Each morning, there is gratitude that the ruler on high, living spirit of the universe, is giving each of us back our own soul. Something so small in the scheme of the universe, but so big to us. And yet, despite this knowledge, we willingly entrust our soul to God, beado, in God's hand. Hands are funny things. While we know that God most likely doesn't have a hand like we do with 5 fingers and attached to an arm, the image of a hand invokes something in particular. In the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, the Exodus from Egypt, we hear about God's strong hand and outstretched arm. We recount how each finger may have been a plague that struck the Egyptians. This hand comes with force, and while it ends well for us, it ultimately rains so much destruction in its path. But here, we clearly see a different side of God's hand. We might imagine an open palm into which we gently deposit our souls, like one would gently place a small bird or a steaming mug of coffee. And God lovingly takes it from us and holds on to it dearly to return it to us in the morning. In this moment, we have agency and we have choice, and we do the scary thing anyway. But Adonai li velo ira. God is with me, and I do not fear. God is with us, and we can choose not to fear. We can choose to have faith and know that God will keep us safe and guard our souls in this season and in our lives.
שאלתי אותה בקש, אחת שאלתי ואת אדוני, אחת שאלתי אותה בקש, שבתי
Before we do anything else, I want to make sure that we say Laila Tov and Toda Rabah to Rabbi Alana Garber and to all of our partners and friends at Global Masorti. One of the strangest things about hybridization is that we can't exactly see all of you, but we know you're there, and you know we're here. And this idea of the connection that all of us are on the same calendar and all of us are doing Selihot together is, it's beautiful, it's connective, and we thank you for being nigun and nourishing chaverim and chaverot with us. So we're going to continue niguning and nourishing here, even as you move on with your evenings. We continue with ours.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. It was beautiful. And as we, whoop, there we go. Hello, everyone. I've been sort of behind the scenes here, but it's lovely to be able to continue this evening. And so I'm going to turn it over to our next presenters as I try to speak and do the spotlight. That's not going to work. So I'm just going to first introduce Rabbi Ari Sachs, who is a third-generation conservative rabbi, and he is in his fifth year at the Huntington Jewish Center after having spent 5 years at Congregation Beth Mordechai in New Jersey. And this is pretty cool. He is known as the mall rabbi for setting up office hours in a local mall. And he is going to be in dialogue tonight with Avital Morris, who is a PhD student in history at Yale. Her work focuses on the interaction of medieval Jews and Christians in legal contexts. She's an alumna of the University of Chicago, of Midreshet Ein Hanatziv and Yeshivat Hadar, and she lives in Washington Heights. So I am going to invite Rabbi Sachs and Avital Morris to join us, and I will spotlight you in just a moment.
Thank you, Alana. Thank you so much for inviting us here tonight to be able to share some Torah with you. It was wonderful to hear the nigunim and the nourishment of Temple Beth Am in LA. It was just really lovely to hear. So I want to thank everyone out there for adding to our Slichot night. And hi, Avital, how are you? Wanted to let everyone kind of know a little bit about what the plan is that we have for tonight. So tonight's learning is actually not Slichot themed, but I think that actually the behind the scenes of the learning tonight is very connected with the idea of beginning a new year. So one of the things as a busy pulpit rabbi that you often find that you lack is time to be able to learn. And as well that there are ideas, there's a thought in your mind that you want to be able to explore. So I reached out to Mechon Hadar, and particularly Rabbi Eli Confer, who I know spoke earlier today, and talked to him a little bit about what my thoughts were and asked if there was anyone that he had in mind that could do some learning, and pointed me to Avital as someone who really loves to learn and thought that we'd be a good Chavruta partner. So one of the things I think that as Avital and I started to learn together, and the topic that we were wanting to both learn about was biblical and rabbinic sources regarding intermarriage, is that we both, anyone comes to any question with their own preconceived notions of what answer they may be looking for in whatever text. But it's a very different feeling to go and just look at the text as itself without trying to read in your own thoughts, but rather to let the text speak to you and help inform your thoughts. And of course, we bring our own eyes and our own ears into whatever it is that we learn.
Ari, something happened and we lost your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now or no?
Yes.
Okay.
We're good.
So, so the idea of the learning is to try to let the text speak to us. And I think the idea of having a Chavruta partner that we can really just talk the text together, just see where it takes us,
and to not know what the future holds, but to just let that learning take us. I think it's a beautiful message for the upcoming year. Avital, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on all that.
Thank you, Rabbi Sachs, for that was so I really enjoyed this. I think it's like a really good academy rabbinics working together partnership, and I'm really appreciating that. And I think especially for this context, some of that learning should be interesting. Should we just start with
yeah?
You're gonna share it or?
Sure. So that's actually kind of what we were going to do for tonight, in terms of sort of exemplifying kind of the way in which we've been learning, but also to and to allow the text to speak to us. So what we're going to do tonight is we have two particular texts. The first text is from Kings, and so obviously I think you're going to share that.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Sure. So as Avital shares, so we're going to two texts. The first text is one that we have learned already together. We spent a good amount of time unpacking it, and we're just going to be discussing it relatively briefly in terms of what our viewpoints are and what we're thinking of that this text is saying. But then we have kind of like an unseen text in a way, a text that we have read separately, but we have not actually learned together, and thinking that it may be a good way to continue the theme, or at least one of the ideas that comes from this text on Kings. And so that's going to be the majority of the time for the actual Chavruta is on that particular text. So we're going to see how this goes, and I hope that you'll enjoy. So we can see the text that's on the screen in front of everyone, and it has to do with King Solomon. King Solomon loved many foreign women, along with the daughter of Pharaoh, Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, and Hittite women, from the nations concerning which the Lord had said to the Israelites, "You shall not enter into marriage with them, neither shall they with you, for they will surely incline your heart to follow their gods." Now, interestingly enough, especially one of them, the Sidonian, is actually not written in the Torah as being one of the nations that God forbade, and yet they're still mentioned here as one of those particular nations, which is interesting to think of. Are all nations, are only certain nations considered to be forbidden versus others, and how does that play itself out in terms of understanding who one is allowed to marry versus who is not? So it continue through. Among his wives were 700 princesses and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For when Solomon was old, his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not true to the Lord his God, as was the heart of his father David. For Solomon followed Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. So Solomon did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and did not completely follow the Lord as his father had done. And Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and for Molech, the abomination of the Ammonite, on the mountain east of Jerusalem. He did the same for all his foreign wives who offered incest and sacrifice to their gods. So I think very clearly here, the text is basically is saying that by introducing the wives into his harem from these foreign nations, that it would lead him astray. And in fact, actually, Avital, you can go up a little bit. There is that word that we were looking at about, all right. So if you see, it's on verse 2. Verse 2, the Hebrew is, Mina goyim asher amar Adonai b'nei Yisrael, lo tava'u b'hem v'lo yava'u b'chem, achen yatzu elevavchem acharei Elohehem b'hem davak shlomo le'ahava. And the Hebrew word of davak, which means to cleave, that in thinking especially about the program we were just in, the Nigun and Nourishment, that the idea of devekut, of cleaving to God, especially through song and through worship and through learning, that has the idea of coming close, of being able to really be connected. And this idea of the wives taking it away from him was that the wives would take away his sense of being cleaved and connected and loyal to God.
And so, Avita, I'm wondering if anything to add, and if that's a fair assessment of what we talked about in our Chavruta.
Yeah, one thing I think is really interesting is just how many of them there are, right? It's not totally clear if like how things would have gone if he'd had one non-Jewish wife, if he'd had only Bat Paro. It seems like part of what went wrong is that they all do different kinds of idolatry, and part of what went wrong is just that it's so much. There's so many of these people. There's 300 princesses plus 700. Sorry, there's 700 princesses plus 300 concubines. And right there's a whole like class division of even like of the idolatrous wives going on. And I wonder like how you think that affects what happened to him.
Right. It's like this combination of both quantity and quality. It's you have so many, but then so many different kinds of gods. And so he's going to try and find ways to connect with his wives and to connect with their gods. And I wonder if that's also what's a part of this.
Yeah, right. He does the same for all of his wives. Like every time he has a wife who has a different god, he builds that god an altar. I think it's also interesting to see like what's the sort of like the voice of the narrator who's like clearly telling us like all of right. There are like parts of Tanakh that have a kind of straight narration, like here's what happened, and let you, the reader, like infer what's good and what's bad. And this is a narrative voice that really tells you like here's a list of bad things that he did. All of these gods are abominations. And like how do you feel like that sort of impacts how you tell this story?
Right, especially when it thinks about comparing him to David. For all of David's faults, Solomon is not near as good as David is. And yet it is Solomon who's able to build the temple. It is Solomon who really helped take the Israelite kingdom to the next level after David. And just thinking to consider those images of Solomon and David. So you could take this text in many different ways. And what's great about Chavruta is that you can really go off on it. What we wanted to offer though is this idea of loyalty and this idea of clinging to something else, especially when you come close to it, because for Davak, the idea of even modern Hebrew, this idea of glue is you kind of really bind two things together. So that led us to talk about this idea of idolatry as being, in a way, the clinging to idolatry, clinging to foreign wives is also clinging to their gods. And so to some degree, if you're told that you shouldn't be cleaving to the wives, is it because there's worry of cleaving to their gods as well? Meaning, is it not about the wives per se, but it's about the fact that the wives lead you to another place, to a place in which you are clinging actually to their gods. And so that also got us thinking about the question of, well, aren't there many other ways in which you could theoretically be cleaving to gods? And so one of the texts that we're going to be focusing on along those lines, and particularly the question of, if it looks like it's cleaving to a different God, does it mean that you're not any more loyal to your own God? Is a story of Rabban Gamliel in a bathhouse. So Avital, you want to bring us to that? And then this is the text that we're going to.
I want to like set the scene a little bit. This is the statue of Aphrodite that was from the bathhouse of Beit Shan, which some of you might have been there. Now it's a city in northern Israel. At the time this was built, it was a Roman city under Roman occupation. It's probably similar to we're going to tell the story about the bathhouse in Akko, but this is probably sort of similar to how it would have looked. Big Aphrodite, you can see she's got she used to be brightly colored. You can see she's still got a little bit of paint on her hair. So you can sort of imagine this in a bathhouse while you're in the pool. You can look up at this Aphrodite and her baby Cupid, and they're really, really colorful and giant. I just think it's helpful to have an image so you can put yourself in the setting. Okay, here's the story. This is from the Mishnah in Avodah Zarah. Proclus, son of Plospus, asked Rabban Gamliel in Akko, who was bathing in the bathhouse of Aphrodite, and said to him, "It says in your Torah, do not do not any of what is meant to be destroyed stick in your hand. Why are you washing that in the bathhouse of Aphrodite? Okay, Rabban Gamliel is under here, right under the bottom of where her feet are. And Proclus ben Plosphos, which I think is sort of a like cartoonishly non-Jewish name. Plosphos is probably like philosopher. It's kind of like naming him like philosopher face. Asked Rabban Gamliel.
I just want to see a person who's actually named like that, because that's hysterical.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like, because I don't think it's like Proclus is a real name, but like Plosphos, I'm pretty sure is like non-Jew face, who is bathed in his so okay, he has a good question for Rabban Gamliel. If the Torah says don't let any idle stuff stay in your hands, why are you in the bathhouse of Aphrodite? And Rabban Gamliel says to him, you don't answer questions in the bathhouse. Solid answer.
Right. So it's interesting because the name absolutely has that sense of, philosopher base kind of thing. But the fact that he asked that question of v'lo yidbak me'u biadcha me'uma min acherem. And by the way, if we notice that sense of the yidbak here, that debek, that sort of clinging, I think is so really thinking about the connection with the text that we read earlier. But that statement in Torah does not actually make it did not make any sense. Meaning, when I was reading it, said, how does that verse actually have anything to do with it? And until you get to Rashi, who actually says, or he brings a quote from the Midrash, that what that verse is saying in terms of do not any of what is meant to be destroyed stick in your hand. That stickiness is referring to anything that is hana'ah, right? Anything that is enjoyable when it comes to what you experience via these other gods. So it almost seems to mean here that, or at least the way I was thinking it, that Proclus actually was a Jew, because he had to not only know Torah, he actually had to know Rashi. He had to know, or not Rashi in the sense, but in other words, he had to know the deeper meaning of it than just necessarily what it actually said there. At the same time, given what you said about the naming, maybe there's also something else. Maybe it's like a Jew speaking in the name of somebody who's non-Jewish, because they don't want to actually be seen as actually being in the bathhouse, and so decided to rename themselves in some way. But it's almost like he has a little too much knowledge. But I want to think about that.
My Jenny Lebenz, who's a professor of Talmud now and was my teacher a long time ago, wrote a great book called Socratic Torah, which is about these types of interactions in the Talmud that are sort of a Socratic dialogue between a rabbinic figure and a non-Jew who always sort of has like a suspicious amount of knowledge. And it seems like part of what's going on is that this is kind of a way to like talk through those questions for rabbis to say to each other, like, how would we explain this to a non-Jew? And to sort of construct a like non-Jewish character who knows Tanakh really well and has like clever Socratic dialogue type questions, right? If this is the type of dialogue where like that you can imagine being kind of in a Socratic style, where he has a question that like you kind of know the answer to, but it's leading you down a path toward answering the question you really want to answer.
That's amazing. It's an amazing idea. I love that, because it's exactly what's happening here, it seems. And so like, why are they so worried about him being in that bathhouse? Like, why is it that, or put another way, rabbis are going to the bathhouses and we need to figure out a way to answer it. Almost like if a rabbi goes into a non-kosher restaurant to eat veggie food or kosher food, and they run into somebody and they say, Rabbi, why are you here? You got to have an answer for that. So it's almost like practicing what that answer is. It's fascinating. Do you want to keep going?
Sure. Okay. So when Rabban Gamliel came out of the bathhouse, Proclus ben Plosphos said to him, I'm sorry, other way around. Rabban Gamliel said back to Plosphos, I didn't come into her boundary. She came into my boundary. People don't say, let's make a bathhouse as a decoration for Aphrodite. They say, let's make an Aphrodite as decoration for the bathhouse.
Oh my God, this is fascinating. So what do you think?
yeah, it's like right in some level, it's kind of a good, right? Like he's just trying to take a bath. It's not his fault that like someone decided to build an idol there. He's not, and that's kind of there's a solid argument to be made there. I don't know. What do you think of this as an answer?
I mean, I think the point he's saying here is that, and it's interesting that because when I heard this story before I was studying it, but I've heard it before, it skips this part and it kind of goes to a piece of the next section, which is basically that I'm not going into a bathhouse to pray. So why would you think that I was actually going to worship an idol, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's this sense that I need to go take a bath. So that's the statement of I didn't come into her boundary, she came into my boundary. I have to go take a bath. It's not my fault if they want to build a statue of a goddess in that spot because it's beautiful or anything like that. But I feel that, I don't know, it almost seems to me that if he really wanted to stay away from it, or if he didn't want to be seen as if potentially praying in there or potentially doing something wrong, then why not use another bath that doesn't actually have Aphrodite in it?
Yeah, I mean, so archaeologically, I'm not sure how much that really, like, if there really were. Like, I know there's another good Talmudic story where like the rabbis are. It's really like a lot like that scene in Monty Python where they're talking like sitting around saying, "What did the Romans ever do for us?" And one of their answers is the bathhouses, which I think sort of suggests that like in the rabbinic imagination, at least, they like bathhouses are really a Roman feature.
Right.
And
which
yeah, go ahead.
Which makes me think that they like going into it. They like going into these spaces that are used by the culture. And so actually the question here is not one of potential idolatry, but actually of assimilation. So it's saying, I have to go into this bathhouse because this is what the Romans do. But why do you even have to go there in the first place? And it is because that there is this sort of fascination or desire even to be able to go participate in the world around them. And that these items that are put in there, the rabbis are not seeing it as anything that's potentially idolatrous because they would never actually pray to it.
Mm-hmm.
But by virtue of being close to it, does it lead you to say, well, these people are not as idolatrous as I really think so? I mean, Moshe Halbertal in his book on idolatry says something really interesting about the notion that idolatry has absolutely nothing to do with believing in another God. All it has to do is whether somebody is a good person or not. And that basically evil people are idolatrous, but good people are not. And that, in fact, and we've talked about this a little bit, the idea that here references how Christians are good people and therefore they're not considered to be idolatrous. And so then the question is not about actually believing in another God, but it's more so just about who are these people that we're coming into contact with that don't do things the same way that we do, and are we okay with that or not? And it almost seems as if Rabban Gamliel is living in this place, and I think it's probably not that different over the course of Jewish history, living in a place where there are a lot of people doing different things, and people are worried, are we getting too close to them or not?
Yeah, I think one thing that even maybe supports that is the way that like this is really an argument from human language, where he says people don't say that like when people talk about the bathhouse, they talk about it as like a bathhouse that's sort of decorated with Aphrodite, not as like an Aphrodite place where one of the activities is taking a bath. And that like that's sort of the way that it like functions in its cultural context. That is, I think, what he's really referring to when he talks about like what do people normally say when they talk about this place?
Right. But I think what maybe he glosses over, or what he doesn't really do, is ask the question, well, why is Aphrodite there in the first place? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, okay, so if I'm going to a baseball stadium, I'm going to see a statue of one of the great players of that stadium. So if I go to Citizens Bank Park, I'm going to see a statue of Mike Schmidt because I'm a Phillies fan. So the question of, if you go to some place, the statues there are supposed to be representative of something that you're doing in that place. So Aphrodite may not be the worship of Aphrodite, but of what Aphrodite stands for does have some element in that place. Otherwise, it would be, it would be a picture, some kind of weird statue in a stadium that you would not expect, right? So I don't feel that it's that Rabban Gamliel can simply just say, well, Aphrodite's there as just mere decoration. Like, decoration is something important to what that place is.
Yeah, right. You can, like, a statue like this isn't like a couple like wall tiles. This is like a very elaborate piece of art that doesn't really get there by accident. Yeah, it definitely seems, and there's like, you can tell she's part of
yeah.
the idea of beauty that like is part of what you're doing when you're in a Roman bathhouse. And she's the goddess of love and beauty, and her with her little Cupid baby and sitting under her.
Yeah. All right. So do you want to? So let's do the last part.
Last part. Great. Okay. Another answer from Rabban Gamliel about how he can do this. Even if, says to Proclus, even if someone paid you a lot of money, you wouldn't go into your idol worship naked after ejaculating and urinated in front of it. But this one is standing in front of the sewage pipe and everyone is urinating in front of it. The Torah says they're gods. The things that they treat like gods are forbidden, but the things that they don't treat like gods are permitted.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, let's break that down into like two little chunks. Right? The first one is, he says to Proclus, this is our real clue that Proclus is not Jewish, because Rabban Gamliel says to him, even if someone paid you a lot of money, you wouldn't go into your own idol worship place, like in like a gross state, acting like you're in a toilet.
Right. Right.
The fact that that's how you behave around this Aphrodite sculpture tells you that nobody thinks that this is a god, because you don't pee in front of gods.
I think it's a fair statement. I think it's a fair assessment that no one does that. And good to know that Rabban Gamliel does not think that that's something that you would do.
Right. And he thinks like the fact that that's how, like, that, like, you can tell from the way that people, like, do these people behave like they're praying? No, they do not. They are gross. That just shows you that, like, this might be like a idolatry themed bathhouse, but it's not an active idolatry worship. Right. And then the last little bit is sort of a midrash-based version of that, where the Torah says they're gods about the types of things that you're not allowed to participate in. And then he has a little midrash on that, where he says the things that they treat like gods, that's what's forbidden. But even if it's kind of a god-looking thing like this, if they don't treat it like a god, then that's not a problem for you. I think that's kind of similar to what you're talking about the prior chunk, that like how it sort of functions in social and cultural context is maybe more important than what it's called or what it is.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So Avital, thank you. It's always fun to learn with you, and this was fun to V'chavruta, and I hope that people got something out of it. I think that we have about 3 more minutes or so. So Ilana, if either you want to share something that's been shared over the comments, or if you want us to talk a little more about something, or just to move on to the next. But this has been a lot of fun, so thank you.
It's been great. If you want to take a look in the chat, there have been some really interesting comments coming in. So you might want to.
Anyone that you can grab that you think would be interesting?
Yes, I wish I could. Unfortunately, no, not as I'm also trying to. Anyone want to jump in with a question? Yes, let's stop the share. We'll see if people have something they want to share.
Okay. Oh, here, now I can see the chat.
Avital, if you just go to the top, you'll be able to.
I got it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah, so when we have a couple of questions about like what was this like for Jews in this cultural context? Like how are they making a fence around the Torah? How do they function, like especially in a context where you're naked, and for Jewish men, it's probably like must be very obvious that you're Jewish, and people can look and tell that they're circumcised.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like I think it's, I mean, some of those are just sort of are like just interesting historical questions. I'm a medieval historian, so it's not 100% my wheelhouse, but I have read a bunch about the sort of Roman Jewish world. And one thing that's just interesting is like they didn't seem to think that it was a big problem. Like this is a story where like someone else says that it might be a problem and Rabban Gamliel says it's not a problem. But they didn't, like, you can sort of imagine it like how you can like imagine like an alternate world where someone sees all the things that Jews do in America that are very similar to what everyone else does in America and thinks like, how can that possibly be how Jews behave? But it feels very normal. And we have other things that like Jews do. Like many Jews have something that they do that they would never do that other people do, because that doesn't seem like a Jewish thing to do. But you couldn't necessarily like predict what kinds of things that would be.
I also just want to add on to that I think what this text also seems to indicate is something very important for all of us to remind ourselves, is that throughout Jewish history, or put it this way, America has not been the only golden Medina that Jews have lived in. That there have been plenty of epics in Jewish history, certain periods of time. In fact, one class I taught actually was talking about Poland, that we only think about Poland now when it comes to the Holocaust, but for about 1,000 years or so, that there was vibrant Jewish life in that area. And so I think it's important for us to remember that not in every epic, every period of Jewish history has there been such robust and violent anti-Semitism that Jews were afraid to show themselves. So it may also be that, in the sense that that wasn't the concern about me being seen as a Jew and people not wanting a Jew around, but rather the question is, should a Jew within the Jewish community, should a Jew be a part of this world? Should a Jew be going to the bathhouse? Seems to kind of be the operative question that's being asked here.
Yeah, and that's been true at like a lot of different, there have been lots of times in places where like most people didn't have any way of taking a bath in their house, and like public baths were extremely normal. And like most of the time, like the same way that Jews go to like gyms, the same with other people. Like maybe in some cities there's like a gym that the GCC and all the Jews go there, but like most Jews go to gyms with other Jews, with other people who aren't Jewish. And like it's pretty normal. And like, I don't know, maybe someday you have a weird interaction, but most of the time it's pretty fine.
Pretty fine.
Yeah. Or even if maybe it's at a YMCA, maybe it like says Jesus someplace in the building, but like you don't think about it a ton when you're going to the gym.
Right, but the point is, but I think the part of the point of there is that if I see Jesus in it and I go to that place, I'm more attuned to it saying it's okay that Jesus can be around, that I don't have to be so scared of it. And I think that also changes the nature of what it means to be in a society in which you are not the only faith, and that you're okay with going into places that use that faith in different ways.
Thank you both. This was really, sorry to have to end, but this is really so lovely to be able to watch and participate and think about these really important issues, and to watch your Chavruta fishbowl. So thank you so much to Avital and to Rabbi Sachs. Thank you for joining us today. And we are heading into our very last teaching of the evening. And we are very excited to be going all the way to Israel. And so Rabbi Levin, please do not tell us how the night goes. I can't wait to eventually go to sleep. But until then, don't tell us how the morning looks either. But we are just so honored to be able to welcome Rabbi Amy Levin, who is the second woman to be ordained from the Schechter Rabbinical Seminary of the Masorti movement in Israel. She's also served congregations in Israel and the United States, and she's the founder of Tzibur Strategies for Thriving Sacred Communities and Their Leaders, where she provides strategic advising to rabbis and fosters collaborative clergy volunteer professional leadership teams. And she's also been a member of the very important Committee on Jewish Law and Standards of the Rabbinical Assembly since 2011, and in 2021 was appointed to the equally very important and very challenging Vad HaKavod of the Rabbinical Assembly. And we are just honored to be able to learn from you and with you tonight. And so I turn it over to you, Rabbi Levin.
So hello, everybody. Just to show how relative the world is, by me, it's 7:30 in the evening. Quite the heroic, the heroics in that you all are staying up till this hour to learn. I on the call, I see some familiar faces, which is very exciting. And let us get down to business here because we have a lot of time. Here we are coming towards the end of the month of Elul. And in a really short period of time, we're going to be entering about 10 days of really intense tefillah. We're going to be in shul or online or however it's going to be happening in your community. 2 days of Rosh Hashanah, and then there's going to be Shabbat, and then there's going to be Yom Kippur, and it's very, very intense. And it occurred to me that it's worth spending a little bit of time thinking about the recipient of all of our prayers. I have, as I hope you all have looked at your, have looked at the text, but can also share.
You can share, and I just put the link in the chat.
Okay.
In the chat.
Good. Yeah, I was opening the right thing. Allow Zoom. Oh, all right. You know, I'm having trouble sharing my my thing. I'm not sure why.
Okay. So here, I can share it.
Can you share? Thank
I
you,
will share it.
Ilana,
Yep,
because
sure, just a
I'm
moment.
not sure what happened there. Okay, got to fix
Yep,
that. I
thanks.
mean, I've
Just
shared
1
stuff
second.
lots.
Yeah.
I don't know why the problem. Okay, anyway, so what I wanted to do to take a little bit of time to think about how Jews before us have thought about God, what kind of relation there is between ourselves and this entity to whom we are directing so much of our thoughts and our strive inner the next little bit. We're going to take a little bit of a journey through through the history of that I'm bringing you in Talmud. The Talmud is a collection of words. There is often no beginning, middle, or end to any particular sugya, to any particular passage. I should stop my video to improve my transmission. I can do that. Yes, it may also be a problem.
So let's try this.
Video...
How about if I stop sharing? And again, I'll put the link in the chat, and that way, if you'd like to open the text, you can do that. And that way we'll keep the the bandwidth as minimal as possible. Okay. So I'll put it in the chat again in 1 second.
If those who were making comments about the quality of the connection, if this is better now, let us know. And if not, then I'll also turn off my video. Now you all know what I look like, so not so important. Okay, so Babylonian Talmud. As I was saying, the Talmud is this collection of protocols, discussions between rabbis, all kind of sitting around the same table, even though they were separated by hundreds of miles and hundreds of years. But somehow or other, they're all sitting together having a discussion. At one point, in Tractate Brachot, which is the tractate in the Talmud that discusses prayer, both technical and spiritual terms, we read, Rabbi Yochanan said in the name of Rabbi Yosef, from where do we know that the Kadosh prays? How do we know that God prays? As it is said, a quote from Isaiah, bring them to my holy mountain, and I will cause them to rejoice in my house of prayer, in the house of my prayer. Tefilati, tefilati, in the house of my prayer. Their prayer is not said, rather my prayer. From the Kadosh Baruch Hu prays. So they're taking a look at having trouble speaking English today, sorry. They're having trouble with the word. They're taking a very close look at the wording, the house of my prayer, Beit Tefilati. It could have been Beiti L'Tfilah, something like that. It's my house of prayer unattached. But what's engaging them is that God is saying is the house of my prayer, not the house of their prayer, the house of my prayer. So that begs the question, what does God pray? If this is the house of God's prayer, then what is it that God could possibly pray, seeing that God is the one to whom prayers are meant to be directed? So Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia answers in the name of his teacher, Rav, and he says, this is what God prays. May it be my will before me that my mercies will overpower my anger, and that my mercies will turn back my harsh attributes, and that I will behave with my children with the attribute of mercy, that I will come to them within the strict construction of the law. Meaning I won't get too carried away with the punishments that I may feel in any given moment. I need to be merciful and just stick to demands that I, God, have made to my people. I find this to be a fascinating concept, that God is with God's own inclinations to get too angry, to take things too seriously, to forget that people may be weak and may wander and may not be able to the deal, whatever the feat is, whatever the God has made with any given people, because we're not the only ones to have a covenant with God. There are other people who have covenants with God. But whatever it is that humanity may be doing that really, really, really is getting God's goat, so to speak, God feels the need to say, no, I need to step back. I need to relax. I need to remember that these are imperfect beings that I created. It's this free will experiment, and there are going to be consequences to that. And this is how I, God, created these beings. So I need to step back and give them the room to and to be. Oh, this is the midrashic imagination at work, and is probably kind of hopeful that this is actually what's going on in God's mind. But there is also, to me, something very engaging in the concept that the entity, the being to whom we direct our prayers, let's just say himself. I apologize for the genderness. Sometimes you just have to do it. God himself prays. Even if God's praying internally to himself, God understands what prayer is, understands aspirations of the person, of the entity that prays, which makes God much more approachable in a way, and perhaps even in hope that our prayers are going to be accepted in this, in which they are transmitted. So that's the first text. We're already halfway through our time. Now we're going to jump ahead to the Ram, and we are going to see a very, very different approach. Rambam was influenced by Greek philosophy, had a very different sort of construct of how the world works and how God interacts with creation. So this Rambam in different passages, one from his commentary to the Mishnah and the other to the Guide for the Perplexed. He is the source of all existence. In him, all else subsists and from him derives. He is sufficient to himself. God is one, the cause of all oneness. He is incorporeal. God is absolutely eternal. It is as if you say, by a staff. The staff was moved by a hand, the hand by muscles, the muscles by nerves by natural heat, and the natural heat by the form that subsists therein, this form being undoubtedly is the first mover. So God in Maimonides' terms is first mover. What does that mean? It means God is the energy, God is what has created all of what exists, and needs no interaction with creation. What it says elsewhere, that as Rambam is concerned, as far as Maimonides is concerned, as long as God continues to will creation to exist, creation exists. And if God were to at some point to stop thinking creation existence, everything will disappear. This is not a God that looks for prayer, that looks for interaction with the beings that God has created. This is not a God who prays to himself, and is not a God who is interested in to communicate with whatever it is that God has created. God keeping the ball rolling, very much an emotional distance. So if God doesn't really need prayer, the answer is keeping it kind of short and simple. God's response would be the reason for prayer, according to Rambam, would be because it is through prayer that we learn God's expectations for us. We acquire the vocabulary that we need to be part of the covenanted community. It's where we learn the values, it's our values, it's where we learn what our aspirations are meant to be. It's how we create community. All of those things happen through prayer. And the source of this covenant the God that Rav describes in the Talmud in Brachot. We move on. Did anybody want?
Yeah, Amy, I think we should turn off your video.
Huh?
I think we should turn off your
All
video.
right.
It's hard to cutting
I'm
out
turning
a
off my video. Okay, I'm hoping this is going to help. I have been getting internet connection is unstable, so it may just be something local here. I live on Hanaton, which is a kibbutz up in the lower Galilee. I'm not in the center of the country where things are more stable. While I look out at the hillside and the woods and the trees and all of that. So my apologies if this is a little bit bumpy. Clearly, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, very different concept of this God that is the target, so to speak, of our prayer. You a short passage from his definitive work where he lays out his theology, God in Search of Man. And I would encourage you, if you have not read this book, to read it. And if you've read it a while ago, go back to it. I find it to be the kind of book where you sit down and you read a paragraph and then you have to stop and think for a while. And then you read another paragraph and you stop and you think for a while. So this is what Heschel would say. This is from the Ne'ilah liturgy, from the last moments of Yom Kippur. From the very first, you singled out humanity and consider us worthy to stand in your presence. This is the mysterious paradox. God is pursuing man. It is as if God were unwilling to be alone, and he had chosen man to serve. Seeking him is not only man's, but also God's concern, and must not be considered an exclusively human affair. God's will is involved in our yearnings. All of human history, as described in the Bible, may be summarized in one phrase: God in search of man. Faith in God is a response to God's question. This is an engaged God. This is a God, these imperfect beings, human beings with this capacity for self-awareness and a capacity for compassion and frailty and cheshbon nefesh, inner seeking and reaching out to connect, that is not shared by any of the rest of creation. And God created us this way because God wants to communicate. And God was lonely and is looking for partners to share the journey of existence. So this is compelling. This is powerful. This puts prayer in a completely different context. Now, when we think about coming together as a community and investing so much time and energy in expressing our aspirations as individuals and as a community, through Heschel's vision, we have a partner in that conversation, which is very different, of course, from the Rambam, but in a very engaging way takes us back to the Talmudic image of passionate about prayer and is going to be responsive to prayer because God prays. So God understands everything that's packed into prayer because God engages in prayer himself, so to speak. Okay, in the last 7 minutes, unless there are questions somebody wants to put on the screen. The second, one of the questions that comes up in lot, really all about, why not create people the line, and why not create people going to be a pleasure? God created a lot of potential for what we in Hebrew call agmat nefesh. God created a lot of potential for having to suffer through a lot of disappointment and annoyance by creating humanity with free will. Aaron Zeitlin was an American Jewish writer, poet. He lived in Palestine in 1920-21 for a little while, and then went back to and then went to live in the States. And this is, it sounds like God needs us as much as we need God. That's probably, yes, thank you. God is engaging God. Yes, absolutely. So God is a communicator. I mean, sometimes we wish God would be a little bit clearer, but yes, we have obviously been able to connect to what we feel are the messages we get from God. Here is, I think, a brilliant expression of what God may have aspired to in creating all these crazy free will creatures. Praise me, says God, and I will know that you love me. Curse me, says God, and I will know that you love me. Praise me or curse me, and I will know that you love me. Sing out my graces, says God. Raise your fist against me and revile, says God. Sing out graces or revile. Reviling is also a kind of praise, says God. But if you sit fenced off in your apathy, says God, I don't give a hang, says God. If you look at the stars and yawn, if you see suffering and don't cry out, if you don't praise and you don't revile, then I created you in vain, says God. To me, this is the most engaging picture, image of the God who created me and the God to whom I very heavy. Yes, lots of layers to this. It makes tremendous sense because of free will. This is one of the few places where I have seen an image of God that can explain why we were created with free will. That, oh my gosh, Cindy Dern, God bless you. I had the zechut to be the rabbi in Gainesville, Florida, from 2000 to 2003. It was my first American pulpit. That's beautiful. Yes. So what Zeitlin is telling us, there were going to be consequences for God. There are going to be consequences for creating these beings with free will. God knew it. God understood it. And God is willing to engage with us when we're living up to our best and when we are falling short. Target of our anger and our frustration in a very reciprocal way, actually, which is really interesting. This really reciprocal way that we see hinted at in the Talmudic passage where God prays to God's own self, right? If God prays to God, experiences maybe getting too angry, then that's the God that is speaking through Zeitlin. That's the God that's saying, I get it, I understand it, it's a struggle for me, it's a struggle for you. So these 10 days of repentance from Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur that we are about to together, but different kinds of together. We are embarking on it together, hopefully, God willing, as communities, but we are also embarking on it together with God. It's a project for all of us. It's not just we are sending this message to God and hoping that it gets heard. God is, according to Rav in Tractate Brachot, God is accepting our prayers, hearing our prayers, and struggling to respond to God's own best aspirations as our creator and as our partner in the Brit, in the covenant. I'm turning on my video just for a second. Okay. Thank you for all your comments. These are wonderful things that you're writing. God has a frequency. I like that. He needs us to yeah. Yes, this concept of the spark of God in the human soul has so much potential, and so it's such a rich way to express perhaps what that free will, self-awareness capacity of humanity is. Yes, God does not want apathy. David Sherman wrote long, and I believe I am not willing to say that we have failed. Absolutely not. First of all, there's how many, there's like of you learning right now in the middle of the night. How much of a failure could that be? Mashiach, I wouldn't mind Mashiach, but in the meantime, I get a tremendous amount of inspiration and sipuk nafshi, of finding something or other from the good things that people do and from the very honest struggles that people have and from the aspirations that so many people have to connect with our creator. So yeah, I mean, Mashiach will be interesting whenever Mashiach rolls around. But in the meantime, we have a lot of things to be very grateful for. And I appreciate your comments very much. And I appreciate very much the opportunity to be. Lana, thank you for the invitation. Wishing us all a 50-72 of good health and peace of mind, of thriving community, and of good interactions with this interesting God that we have.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Levin. And again, everyone, thank you for being here. Please do share your thoughts just so that we can know who you are and what else we might be doing to provide programming as this year continues. And we wish you all a Shana Tova, happy and healthy, sweet new year. And we look forward to, thank you to all of our presenters and to all of you for being here. And we look forward to being able to gather in many ways. And Rabbi Levin will come visit you, God willing, on Kibbutz Hanaton, a fabulous place to visit and to live. So again, everyone, thank you and Shana Tova. Be well. Be well. Night.